Hey everybody, I want to thank you for listening to the next Red Leaf Retrocast WrestleCast edition. I just want to make a quick announcement that we are part of the SOS Wrestling Network with my buddy LK over there. Go check him out and the site to get not just a good little feed on where you can find this podcast, but his as well. He does a lot of weekly reviews of various promotions out there, including DDT. He does WWE reviews, bless his heart. And I also want to plug Kay, my co-host's podcast, Big Time, the Big Egg Joshi podcast. Does a lot of historical work and pieces on various promotions and wrestlers. I do highly recommend it. I think if you listen to this podcast, you will love both of those podcast episodes and the work that both those guys do. I also want to tease something very special in the works, specifically for the wrestling edition of the podcast and going forward. Something is in the works big, especially for 2021, involving historical pieces and some personal projects that we're going to do. I know there's been a lot of feedback and messages over what content you would like to see us expand upon or concentrate on in the future, and I'm working with Kay to bring you some very special content that I'm very happy to. It's going to take a lot of work to get set up and get going. So again, I hope you enjoy this next episode of the WrestleCast, and there we go. And it's episode 70 of the Red Leaf Retrocast. I'm your host, JD, joined by my friend Kay from the Big Egg Joshi podcast.
Hello. How you doing, man?
Dude, I'm having a good time. I got a beer with me as we record this episode here. I got my cat a new toy, so let's see how long that keeps him occupied. He's messing with it as we speak. Maybe you can even hear it on the recording.
I bet $5 won't keep him occupied for long.
We got a lot to discuss here today. A lot of fun stuff.
Oh, yeah.
From Kobe to Sendai is what I've titled this episode.
What an accurate, very accurate title given some of the stuff that happened in both of those shows.
Yeah, and everything in between. We got, as we go through the rundown here, we're about to get to some Noah. Something we don't talk about very often on this podcast. Seedling ran a show. Tokyo Joshi Pro is coming off the heels of their Dome show. Naturally, AEW with Mother. My mother, not yours.
Yes. I doubt my mother watches wrestling.
DDT started their DOU Grand Prix tournament. Basically their version of the G1, the N1, the Champion Carnival. Whatever you want to call your block tournament.
I thought we just left tournament season.
No. Come on. We're covering DDT on this podcast. That means we got the end of the year one, the very last one. Ice Ribbon has a couple shows worth talking about. Namely, one I'm very excited to talk about is the Ice Ribbon Cross Actress Girls show.
Yes. As well as the Maya Produce show.
There was also a Risa Sarah birthday party involving a snowboard.
3 shows. That's 3 shows right there.
A lot of Ice Ribbon. A lot of Ice Ribbon. That's fun to cover. Stardom ran Korakuen Hall for the bajillionth time this year.
So dire, though.
Super dire. They'll go out of business any day. But they did run a Sendai show that, of course, drew no fans. Nobody showed up. Can't imagine why. That's how dire it is in Stardom. They had a big title match there that drew no fans. I can't stress this factual fact that you can't look up. That they drew nobody.
It drew just friends and family. That's all it came.
Yeah, I saw nobody in the audience. I just saw black darkness. Dragon Gate ran their biggest show of the year. It's Kobe World. It finally fucking happened with a major title implication that happened. And then New Japan has Tag League and Boss J happening at the same time. Probably the least exciting of them all, which is funny enough. If you would have asked me last year that New Japan would be the least interesting promotion heading into year's end as they are gearing up for the Tokyo Dome, I would not have believed you.
They're gearing up for a big show. Sure doesn't feel like it.
Yet here we are. All Japan Women's Classics continue with episode 33, which involves a certain Bull Nakano challenging for the 3WA title. Hello, Kitty Cat. I knew you wouldn't be long.
I knew you'd come.
Oh, man. Why don't you lay down? Chill. That won't last long. New Japan has an interesting time in New Japan Retro as we gear into further into 1994. There was like a double tournament between Heisei Ishingun, War, and the regular army representing New Japan. So there was a 2-day show there. We just kind of picked and chose our favorite matches from there. Needless to say, I think we still need to watch like one more from somewhere because it's not the most exciting thing in the world. Kind of a state of New Japan at this time, actually. And then, of course, we finish out with our favorite, Nitro from WCW, 1999, January 18th. So here we are.
But it's not.
Yeah, here we are. Big news, though, in the works. I won't. Not that I can't. I won't digress anything yet, but Kay and I are working on something very special for the podcast, for our more diehard listeners out there, and some historical purposes as well. So keep an eye out on the Twitters. Keep an eye out on the Big Egg Joshi podcast. Keep an eye out here. Does involve Joshi, does involve more retro historical wrestling to keep an eye out, and possibly gaming and the whatnot, and longer discussions. So
yes, look forward to that. It's going to be awesome.
Let's just say tape trading in 2020 is quite strange.
Very much so. However, very interesting. 2020 is a very interesting year so far.
All right. So, let's get going here as we watch the Noah 20th anniversary show. At least I watched the whole thing. But really, there's 2 big title matches that's worth talking about coming out of it.
I mean, I watched... yeah, that's kind of all I watched was with those 2 matches with you.
Yeah, and that's really the big talking points coming out of it. The junior division continues to be just an absolute mess in Noah. This was their big 20th anniversary show, and this is why I was mostly interested in it. And it's 2 big title matches. One involved Keno representing Congo. He's the national champion, and then his challenger is Kidomiya, the young upstart, like 23-year-old former champion that tapped out to Keiji Muto recently.
That's great.
Good times, right? Match went about 20 minutes, and I quite enjoyed it. I thought it was, up to that point in the show, it was easily match of the night. It was the most interesting. I do wonder why Keno retained the title with kind of the rear naked choke situation that went on there. I thought the finish felt kind of flat and out of nowhere.
Yeah, it did. It kind of like we were watching it, he puts him in the choke, and then it just kind of ended. I was like, wow, that it didn't feel like it built up to that, that's for sure.
No, and I believe we watched this on Abemo. And it has all these things split into parts, which makes it very strange. And, be honest, I probably should have done a little bit more research on the post thing, but I believe Keiji Muto came out and challenged for the title afterwards, which begs the question, why wouldn't Kiyomiya win the title and then get his win back over the Legend. So this is indeed the
right.
case.
That kind of makes no sense, really.
Yeah, unless Kenoh is just going to lose to Keiji Muto, which, knowing Noah's curious booking patterns and stories that they're telling, and being a money mark for Keiji Muto, not the most preposterous thing that could happen here. But the real match I quite loved was the Go Shiozaki GHC title match taking on Katsuhiko Nakajima. 42 minutes this match went. Shiozaki retains the title over Nakajima. What'd you think, Kay?
I liked the arm work in the match, like the sort of submission work that was being done. Kept working on the arm, and I believe that did play into the finish at the end there a little bit. I liked that, but I'm a sucker for good limb work and done in matches. I didn't think it needed to be 40 minutes, especially because the beginning was very much a stare and walk around the ring sort of deal.
Yeah, it was good. Three to 5 minutes that happened.
Oh yeah, like I checked out for a little bit there because I was like, that's an immediate no for me when you just walk around and stare and kind of kill time. It feels like, oh, this is either going to a draw or you literally only have like 10 minutes worth of this planned out.
Well,
however, to their credit, they actually had more than 10 minutes planned out, and it picked up rather quickly almost from the minute that they started actually exchanging.
Yeah, so the story, there's a number of different stories here where Nakajima betrayed Shiozaki and their tag team, goes to the big heel group. Shiozaki's held this title for the majority of 2020, and the story of his body, particularly his arms and shoulders, breaking down over the course of this year with these hard title matches was the big story coming into this. Not to mention that Nakajima is kind of the knockout artist, I guess, of Noah, is a way to put it. So I really liked the story of Nakajima just attacking the broken down champion, right? It kind of reminds me...
That's very good, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of Okada's long run in New Japan, where his body was just slowly going down and down. How long could the champion keep up with this pace? When will the body give up before the champion's spirit? That's what this match represented. Will Shiozaki's spirit kind of overcome the damage? And that's why all of his offense just kept on going, using the arms despite them being targeted constantly by Nakajima. You know, he would chop Nakajima and it would just be painful, like shooting across his arms. Maybe he'd power up and fight through the pain, hit some lariats, but they were never as effective. And that kind of played into why the match just went so long, where Nakajima just wanted to break this dude down and finally take him out, but the champion just would not give. So usually, whenever I watch a long Noah match like this, Noah has a just dismal history with me and watching these main events where they just have to go over 30-35 minutes every time, and you just don't... There's just no need for it. This is the exception to my disdain for that rule that Noah seems to have with themselves. I thought this story played perfectly within the realms of just both guys in the ring. There was a good sense of rawness in the match, where even where there was a couple botches, I felt like it brought that sense of realism to the match, because there was that Frankensteiner spot where it was supposed to be, you know, countered and held into a powerbomb type situation. They just kind of spilled over the top due to just the sheer exhaustion of it all. And I've spoken about this in, namely, people's criticisms of like Bea Priestley matches. Maybe Mayu slips on the ropes, just for our Stardom listeners out there, for a sense of just comparison, where sometimes a botch or mess up or spill or whatever you want to call it, or what happens, plays well into the story. Could it have been on purpose? Probably. Does it necessarily take away from the match? I don't think so. Now, if they would have, let's throw this situation out here. If they would have immediately gone back to the top and tried the exact same spot, that's taken away from the match. But instead, they gathered themselves up and Nakajima throws this dude straight into the barricade right away to do even more damage. So in this case, this is a situation where they took advantage of such a incident occurring in the match.
I also second that. I very much I'm a sucker for two things, and especially longer matches. Normally I don't like them, but if two things happen, especially like grueling matches, sort of the collapse of exhaustion, botched spots sometimes, as long as they're not dangerous botched spots, right? I like that because it makes it feel like it's been a battle, like a war. I'm also very much a fan of like, say somebody's working on somebody's arm the entire match, and the champion, like just say it's the champion for instance, and the champion hulks up in one last desperation bid to sort of win, and they don't sell the arm, but they hulked up for like 4 minutes and won the match. I'm okay with that because like they fought through it, especially if after the match they're holding their arm and screaming and putting ice packs on it, because like it's that shot of adrenaline, that desperate grab for the last bit of sort of power and energy to go and win. Those are sort of two things I'm a sucker for in longer matches. So this definitely got that for me because I got that exhaustion from when they fell over the top. And there was even another spot, I believe, when there was like an exchange and one of them just kind of collapsed a little bit.
Yes,
I don't know the name.
Yeah, but that was a frequent incident in the match where the exhaustion or hit that they would take, they would just collapse. Very well done. I quite enjoyed this match. I don't have a problem with Go Shiozaki retaining the title. I would have preferred, just in my fandom, that Nakajima would have won. That it just seemed to fit the story more. Shiozaki's broken down. It seems like he's on his last limb, if you would. But regardless, hey, good champion, get a new challenger in. Unfortunately, Sugiura, big man on campus over here, he comes out to challenge Shiozaki post, and he's a big powerhouse, brick shithouse type guy who just beats the shit out of dudes. So, the funny thing is, the last time I saw Go Shiozaki in a match with Sugiura was the title situation was flipped, and I did not like that match. I thought it was very boring and plotting. I feel that the direction they're going is Shiozaki is finally going to break down to the big powerhouse guy and then lose the title, and we're just kind of right back where we were a couple years ago with Noah, which, again, not out of the realm of possibility with this company.
From what you told me, that seems to be their MO. Sort of like you start the year one way and then you end the year back at the same place.
Yeah, it sure feels that way, but I am very happy for Go Shiozaki. He finally got a successful title run that he's always supposed to live up to, and it's just always fell flat with this dude in the main event, where just the crowd just doesn't connect with the guy, which is ironic because now that crowds can't really react, he's perfect for them.
That's funny.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Regardless, in the realm of the story leading up to the match and Shiozaki retaining, this is definitely a match of the year contender, without a doubt in my mind. It's the best. I can't remember the last Noah match that I've praised this much, especially on the podcast. So.
Well, I believe this is the first time I've seen Noah outside of that one time that Jay from Smack It Down podcast had showed us that one old Noah show.
Yeah, from 2005, I believe that was.
I believe you're right.
Yeah. Seedling ran a show, Grow Together, on November 4th. So it finally was released on Nico Pro. And it wouldn't be Seedling or Nico Pro or a combination of both, where the audio was only in one ear, where you have the split screen commentary in your left ear, and then you have the slight feint of crowd and ring sound in the right ear. Very very low rent.
Yeah, that's but Nico's done that for a few shows before. I remember them doing that with the ice ribbon stuff that I used to grab off the that Google Drive once upon a time. I believe they do that so that you can listen to the match, because you can take one ear out and the other ear you can listen to the match, and the commentary is very faint over top of the match. You can hear the match, but you don't hear the commentary. The other one, you hear most of the commentary and very little of the match. Sort of, I guess that's how they balance it. I mean, I'm not too opposed to it. I mean, it's a little bit more difficult when you're streaming it in a chat and you can't have one headphone out to sort of do that, but
Well, I hate picture-in-picture commentary. Absolutely despise it.
Oh, that's the Nico formula. That's sort of their MO. Can't really do nothing about that, unfortunately.
Anyways, I only have 2 matches here that I want to talk about. First thing is the Saori defeats Honori Hana match, 9:45. Dude, I am over the Saori going away tour. She can go away sooner rather than later. Either stay and put on good matches or go away fast.
See, that's the problem. We saw her with the Takase match. I've seen her have one other really solid work match, and it's like she's super inconsistent. It's almost like she picks and chooses when she tries and when she doesn't. And this is definitely not the Saori that I saw last year, going into that big sort of hot streak she had, where she was just putting on banger after banger, and she tore it up with Mako, she tore it up with Chihiro, and that's like the only time I ever watched Sendai last year. And now to see her kind of just be a half of herself, it feels like maybe she doesn't even want to be in Japan, that she just wishes she was over in the US already. So she doesn't want to try. That's the vibe I get from her. And that's why you get like a Yoshiko beating the fuck out of her match, which is like the only reason why that match was entertaining to me.
Or Takase stiffing the shit out of her, so it forces her to fight back.
Yeah, Takase just being super stiff to get something out of her. I mean, that's
Reminds
a
me of an
Takase
old
thing.
Steiner Brothers match. It's like, hey, either put up or I'm gonna beat your ass.
Oh, and Takase would have beat her ass though. Like Takase's known as pretty bullheaded, so that's probably what played into that. She's like, I'm pretty sure Saori realized if I don't stiff back, she's just gonna beat the fuck out of me the entire time. They made that match pretty good though, so I can't complain.
That's kind of where I wanted to go with that conversation there. Besides the fact that I still love Honori Hana, I think she has tremendous amount of potential. She's got good size, and I felt that she kind of took control of this match despite a losing effort.
More or less.
Yeah.
She definitely was selling the entire time, that's for sure.
I mean, at the beginning, it was all her. Just trying.
Trying being the apt word there. Unfortunately, Saori trying to be the veteran that doesn't lose to the rookie was kind of bland and boring. There's no dynamic there that made it exciting, like an Aja Kong one would be.
Well, speaking of Aja Kong, beyond the C title match, Yoshiko defending against one Aja Kong. I have a feeling will be... Oh, God, kitty. No. Oh, God, he's attacking my headphones.
I heard you say Aja Kong was like,
what a disaster. Okay. Yes, Yoshiko is defending against Aja Kong. Yes, the veteran from... we're going to talk about 1989, so that tells you something there. Can you still hear me all right? Are we all good?
You're good now. You're good.
Okay. Whew. So, it seems every year there's always at least one match where Aja Kong bumps and sells and puts up a 4-star caliber match.
Yes, it's her yearly, one time a year, good big match. She had one with Saori last year that nobody saw because of Diana, and the one before that was with Shida. I believe that was the Shida one.
Yes, in Oz Academy.
Yeah, and that was
your favorite promotion, I hear, Kay.
Listen, let's not. I don't want to go on a tirade about Oz Academy right now.
I can't wait to watch and cover more Oz Academy.
Listen, I'm just gonna continue like I didn't hear that.
Should we discuss the Saoriano?
Anyways, Karishida and her match was praised highly that year as sort of a match of the year. And this match, when I was going into it, I had hearing people say that it was like that level of a match, right? Because nobody saw the Saori match, so nobody could compare it to that one. And I did rewatch that Shida match, by the way. And they're both a bit same. However, there's no table spots like there was in the Shida one, so there's no getting powerbombed through a table.
Well, yeah, it's Oz Academy. You know it gets hardcore. Right.
But I would say as a whole, this match was exactly what I expected and a little bit more. You know, just Yoshio getting the shit beat out of her, getting stabbed in the head repeatedly, sort of being the badass but the babyface sort of underdog at the same time in Aja Kong and sort of pulling it out at the end. It was very good. I enjoyed it. Wouldn't go in match of the year category, but it's a good match.
No, but it definitely goes into a performance of the year category for Yoshiko. Just kind of being able to sell the way she did for a less immobile veteran made Aja Kong look very good. Made her go back at least 10 years, I would say. Just from my memory
very
of that.
imposing as a result.
Yeah, very imposing force. I really liked the punching trash can spot. I do like that.
Yes, I like that spot as well.
Big fan, and I'm always shocked to see Aja Kong in 2020 of all years. Let's think about this. We've gone from seeing her second Bull Nakano in 1989, which we'll get to later on this show, to,
oh boy.
to 31 years later, she's in a title match like this at Korakuen Hall. It's crazy.
It is very much a weird, especially since I were going back and watching old stuff. It's a very weird sort of experience to see a little bit more mobile, more trimmed down at that point, Aja Kong. And then to see sort of, I think I showed you like a Dynamite Kansai Aja Kong match, and that was more close to what she is now, more mobile, but more or less similar-ish in how her wrestling was.
It's funny because then we cut to, I think it was like 2004. We saw an Amazing Kong match in which she's doing like suicide dives through the ropes. This is nuts. This is nuts. What the longevity of Aja Kong, and she's been getting around lately. We just saw her in TJPW. We've seen her in Ice Ribbon this year, and now this match. She is doing way more than you think a veteran of her stature just would be willing to do at this point in time.
I think it being the COVID year that it is, I think she's also taking more bookings than she would have normally outside of like Oz Academy, which is where she would normally just operate in. We also saw she was also at the Assemble show,
right? Because Oz Academy is running much less.
Yes, Oz Academy is running a lot less now, and outside of,
I'm sure you're very sad about that.
Listen, I'm not talking about Oz Academy. But she also had that period of time where she wasn't taking bookings because most of the companies that would have booked her weren't running. So I'd imagine some of this is trying to recoup some of that income that she was probably losing.
Well, there you go. So very good match. Definitely worth checking out. And yes, I have a drop. Where are you, Makito? Because we know what's coming.
世界一可愛いのは伊藤ちゃん。本当の愛を探すんだ。
Tokyo Joshi Pro, Wrestling in My Mind. The tour continues November 20th. Style of My Love. I like this name.
Quite the name for a show.
This show took us on a roller coaster of emotions, Kay.
Journey. A very long journey. Emotional journey.
Well, first off, I want to say the 8-person tag, Hikari Noa, Mahiro Kiryu, One Palm Harajuku, and Kamiyu taking on and defeating Mirai Mayumi, Miyu Watanabe, Mizuki, and now Kakuta. 8-minute match. I really enjoyed this one.
Yes, now Kakuta continues to impress me, and how better she's gotten since last I saw her in Actress Girls.
I mean, she was pretty rough in her first outing, but this one was much better, kind of hit her weaknesses a little bit more. But I thought all 8 women in the match really hit it on all cylinders. I might go as far as say a match with more than 4 people, aka a tag match. This is the best TJPW1 of the year so far.
Oh, pause. Are you praising Miyu Watanabe and Palm Harajuku in a match?
I didn't say such a thing. I said 6 out of the 8 women were able to hide even their weaknesses.
Are you praising a match that involves an up girl and Palm Harajuku?
No.
Oh man,
don't put words in my mouth. Would never say such a thing.
What's next? You gonna praise Hamako?
I would never even dare.
But you did earlier in the year with the Maya match.
Well, moving on, more importantly, the tag match involving Suzume, one of my favorite TJPW wrestlers, tagging with Sena Shiori. The story here was one Saki-sama with Martha, haven't seen her in ages, had a mystery partner, Kay, and my bold prediction was Natsu Sumire is leaving Stardom and coming back from her early shoulder surgery to tag with Saki-sama.
My guess was Hazuki making a random appearance at DJPW.
Well, to our surprise, the tag partner turned out to be, some people say it's Mei Suruga in a French-made outfit. Well, they are wrong. It is May Saint-Michel, found in the woods over in France. Somehow got her in the country. For the sake of people, she looks exactly like Mei Suruga. It's the appearance is uncanny. Very cute, no doubt. And what a rambunctious scallion she is. She carries this silver dinner
I don't know what
plate.
you're talking about.
What do you mean?
No, I said it. She doesn't look like Mei Suruga. What are you talking about? Mei Suruga doesn't have pigtails.
Oh, this is true. You're right. Totally different people. Regardless, May Saint Michel is a rambunctious scallion. She has a dinner plate of shenanigans. Spot of the match was she does a drop down, lays the dinner plate down before the drop down, and Suzume slips and falls. Dastardly.
It was funny. I think we all busted out laughing watching that spot.
Yeah, she even leaps in joy. Some people will call this cuteness beyond admiration that your human mind couldn't comprehend. But yes, it was quite adorable, but vicious at the same time. How dare she? Regardless.
Also, let's pause for a second. How is she wrestling in a French-made outfit with non-wrestling shoes? I mean, the soles of the bottom might have been from wrestling shoes because we didn't get to see the soles. But how is one person wrestling in that is beyond me.
Takes a tremendous amount of skills that you can only learn in the French Alps.
French Alps. Teach mini skills. Gotcha.
Yes, the maid school that May Saint Michel went to requires very, very vast amount of skills that one must master. What'd you think of her submission win in this match over Suzume?
I wasn't super surprised. Even before May Saint Michel was with the reveal, Saki-sama is always protected pretty well and hardly loses in matches in DJPW. And when I saw Suzume and Seno on the other side, I was like, yeah, someone's taking a pin.
As we've seen, anyone who masters tall style masters the titles. Yes.
Just look at Kamiyu. I think that May did a very good job. To sort of break a little bit of that kayfabe with her, how she was able to flip a switch and be a bit of a heel was kind of crazy. Sort of like it was wild because like she did the May-isms that we're expected to be seeing like Choco Pro and stuff, but then she did things that were completely different and new, and she sort of spun them together into this very interesting sort of. I was taken aback by experience to which I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's a megastar right there. I dare say I think she's better now than Riho was this far in her career.
Whoa, hey. Look.
More personality.
When we go back to 2010, we'll be the judge of that.
Wait, 2010? When are we going back to 2010? Time machine?
Yeah, we're going to get a time machine, break into vaults, and check this shit out. So anyways, I liked her very slow, devious Tequila Sunrise of one Conan fame.
Conan fame?
Yes, that was a Tequila Sunrise of pure evil that she laid on Suzume.
I'll have you know, Momo does Tequila Sunrise, and it should be of the Momo fame.
What? No, you're talking about a suplex. I'm talking about a submission hold that Conan does.
Oh, okay, because there's also a suplex called the Tequila Sunrise.
Yeah, she made that up and totally stolen and plagiarized, as a mid-carder would do.
How dare you?
5-way elimination match. Presumably, whomever won this match would be kind of challenging for the title. And no shock there. That is what happened, but to my surprise personally, Kay, is whom won. The participants were Rika Tatsumi, Maki Ito, Miyu Yamashita, Shoko Nakajima, and the champion, Yuka Sakazaki. The match in total went just under 12 minutes, so it wasn't that long. Poor Maki Ito got the shit kicked out of her in this match. She was the first one to go. Everyone pinned her, which was quite funny. And then,
She also had a pretty good spot where she had that 4-way DDT that she did to everybody.
yes, very absurd. Shoko and Yuka team up and pin Miyu together at 6 minutes. And then Rika throws Yuka over the top rope for that elimination. And finally, one super funky weapon later, much like Shiro Kashinaka in Retro New Japan, pins Shoko. So, good match. No complaints from me.
Right. And then the thing after was Rika challenging Yuka for the princess belt, to which I will have the bold prediction that I think Rika wins that belt.
I'm always up for new, fresh challengers. If I wasn't such a Shiro Koshinaka fan, and I like myself some Taguchi as well with the funky weapon. Now that Rika Tatsumi is not part of the Up Girl tandem with Miyu Watanabe, I think I can find myself rooting for the White Dragon a little bit more. And your bold pick that Yuka will lose to Rika, I'm not buying it.
So let me explain a little bit.
Okay.
So when Shoko won the belt off of Miyu, it came a little out of nowhere, kind of like this would, right? Almost in a very similar-ish manner. I believe, don't remember what kind of match it was, but Shoko ended up winning a match that involved Miyu. She didn't pin Miyu, I don't think. She might have. But she challenged Miyu afterwards, and then beat Miyu after Miyu had that massive run. I get the feeling that this is going to be a little bit of a similar situation. And Rika will take the belt off of her. And it's going to happen at their big Corkin show in January 4th. So what better time to crown a new champion than at your big annual January Corkin show?
Not opposed to the idea. We'll see how Rika does. Let's see if she can rise to the occasion.
I sure hope so. I definitely hope a lot more from her. She seems to have gotten something back together finally.
She does have the tools, but does she have the enough tools is my biggest question with her. She definitely has the personality and the charisma to carry, I feel, a top spot in a company like Tokyo Joshi Pro. So again, I'm not opposed to the idea. I do like promotions, taking a chance rather than relying on the same 3 or 4 people over and over again. So when the match comes around, if she does a good enough job, set my expectations a little low, I think I'll be okay with it. But time will tell. But the main thing of this show was the Hyper Misao retirement spiel. Okay. The emotions went through such a ride. She's turned 30. She knew this day would come.
30? Yeah, she did turn 30, didn't she? Damn.
She did turn 30. She's announced her retirement. Only a superhero could do such a thing, and it was against Super Sansadango Machine. He comes out. He is very honored of the 2 months that he's known her, that he will be her retirement opponent, but alas, he cannot accept such a thing. Therefore, various TJPW wrestlers will compete to be her retirement opponent by writing a haiku about her retirement. Okay, this was very emotional. Miyu Yamashita.
Very emotional.
I could pull up the DDT English translator right now on what these haikus were, but I will cliff note these off the top of my head the best I can, because this was so emotional. I think I've engraved this into my memory pretty well. Miyu had nothing to do with her retirement. She did not win. Shoko tried to bribe her with a limited edition Green Mecha Godzilla. If it was me, I would have taken this, Kay. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I would have as well. Yes.
Yes. Miyu drew her a Picasso-like picture. Maybe from who's the Ringo Starr. He does terrible artwork in Microsoft Paint. That's what this reminded me of from Miyu. I would not have taken this, absolutely, and the fact that it was from her. So Rika or
you forgot Misao's line. Misao's line of you're special.
She did say she was special, and I agree. I agree with Misao. And last but not least, well, I mean, there was Super Sansadango Machine. He had one too. But last but not least, it was Rika. She said she was gonna... She slapped her. Where was the gift? She says it was the slap. And her IQ was along the lines of she's gonna beat her ass so bad she's gonna convince her to not go through with the retirement. So after the spiel, Hyper Misao goes through it all and decides that Rika is the winner, because it all played into her retirement and she saw the fire within her heart. And after they have a match, and Rika funky weapons her, just like the ones before her, she beats Hyper Misao just under 9 minutes. Very emotional. Very emotional. And Rika succeeded in her goal in knocking sense into Hyper Misao. Love and peace will come over the world, still as Hyper Misao will not retire. But this isn't before one marriage proposal happens. All of the TJPW wrestlers gather in the ring. They giggle and squeal like tiny schoolgirls at some production guy, a normie, comes in the ring, drops the ring out of his pocket, and a number of other things, and he proposes. And what a sight this is to see a 30-year-old TJPW superhero, cape and all, with the mask, crying and getting the ring.
Was quite a visual. Only in TJPW and only with Hyper Misao could this be possible.
It's so appropriate, and to see like Miyu bawling, Maki Ito kind of deadpan faced about it all. You can tell who were the idols out of the group of wrestlers. Shoko was kicking her feet. Now, yeah, exactly.
Like she's like she couldn't look. She kept like looking away and looking back and looking away. It was quite great.
Yeah. So it's announced that Hyper Misao will be the first married wrestler on their roster, which is quite remarkable when you think about it, and kind of makes you realize what the I guess culture is in Japan, especially with wrestlers and female wrestlers at that.
So that is an interesting sort of thing to touch on. I think two things of it. One, I think it's obviously the idol aspect, right? If you got a relationship with somebody, that might drive some fans away. That's not exactly a good thing, but that's just how it is, I guess, right now. The second, most of the wrestlers kind of eat, sleep, and breathe wrestling, and so don't have time for relationships, which is what some of the reasons have been given for why they don't.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Maya had even said that that's why she doesn't think she'll be getting married anytime soon, when she was asked after Risa Sera got married.
Right. Yeah, Risa Sera is married.
Yeah, she is. But Misao, I think, is the only one that could get away with this in TJPW. Just her character and the fact that she's popular, but she's not like the top of the charts popular. I think it all revolves in her shtick. You know, she was a shut-in, like breaking kayfabe. She was a shut-in before she became a wrestler. Onita, watching a death match from Onita was what got her to want to wrestle, of all things.
Okay, so question: what is with all these Joshi wrestlers that get like? Mayu seems to be the only one that's any sort of normal, being a shut-in and watched a Dragon Gate show, and that's what got her. But we keep hearing all these Joshi wrestlers like, yeah, I watched this death match, and I was like, that's cool, I'm gonna be a wrestler.
It's like I can think of like 6 off the top of my head that's their inspiration. 2 of them in TJPW, Misao and Hikari Noah. It's
so weird.
It's very weird. I think maybe some of the Stardom girls are kind of the only normal ones, minus Tam, who did death matches herself, because Tam,
of course she
I
did.
guess.
But when we watched those couple Big Japan shows, we noticed there's a lot of females in the audience. It's just
I was just about to say that
it's just something you don't think about, and you just kind of put the numbers together, and you just go, oh my god, that equation checks out.
I mean, freaking Suzu. Freaking Prodigy Suzu was inspired by a death match.
Yeah, we'll get to a death match later between two death match inspired wrestlers.
Oh boy.
So anyways, now the bigger question is, who wins this end of the Joshi War? Is it TJPW or Seedling?
Oh man. Are we going by match quality? I'd say Seedling, but just barely. If we're going by how fun the show was, by a country mile at TJPW. The entire show was fun from top to bottom.
Being that this show was also trending in Japan,
At number 4.
and the fact that it was the talk of the Twitter, and
For the second time, TJPW did that.
I actually, from top to bottom, enjoyed as a whole the ring quality of TJPW more than Seedling. I think the Seedling show was a one-match show, while I liked multiple matches, including the Hyper Masao retirement match, in which the White Dragon beat the hell out of her and talked some sense into the superhero. So I'm giving the point to TJPW, and it seems you are in agreement.
Yes. Also,
6-2.
I'd be remiss if not to mention Rika Tatsumi's exact quote was, "I'm going to drag you to hell and back to get you done and retire."
Ah, well, there you go. There you go. I am getting bombarded with Twitter messages.
Oh no. What'd you do?
I did nothing. I'm just tagged in something. Anyways, where were we? Oh, yes.
6-2. TJPW running away with it.
AEW. We'll be back in a sec, Kay.
All right.
All right, Mother. Here we are together.
We're here together. Yes, we are.
Yeah, using your microphone setup.
My microphone setup.
That I fiddled with. Fiddle-diddled.
You fiddle-diddled.
That's right. So if we sound a little weird or far away, it's because we're next to each other and we're not directly up to the microphone.
Should we be?
So we got 2 weeks of AEW to talk about before winter is coming. December 2nd.
The dark winter is coming.
That's where I'm heading back.
Yes, you are.
So
I will be too.
So you get to see the setup and how I go about everything a little bit.
Ooh,
and I get to see your notes in the person.
Yeah, and I'll show you my little cubby area where I keep all my notes when I get done.
Ooh, you keeping a notebook of your favorite things?
No, I'm just keeping a cubby of it.
All right, so we got
it holds the perfect size of my little notes.
So we got 2 weeks of Dynamite. We have the November 18th show and the November 25th show before winter is coming. The epic Jon Moxley Kenny Omega title match for TV.
Wait, you said the 18th and 25th, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure.
Well, I watched the 25th on an airplane.
Is it the day after Thanksgiving?
It's the day before Thanksgiving.
Wait, what?
Dynamite was the day before Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
And I watched it on a plane.
But I'm saying, it's the day after Thanksgiving, is it not?
What?
Today?
No, 2 days.
You're right.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
So
I told you I've had a few drinks today.
Yes. So you want to check out the in-ring wrestling minutes here?
In-ring?
In-ring, yes. In-ring.
In-ring.
Raw, so this was the previous week, and this was last Wednesday.
So Raw had 77 minutes?
Last week, yes.
Last week.
And the week before that was 65.
Okay.
That's actually the highest they've done in 2020.
They actually had 77 minutes of in-ring wrestling.
Well, not including the commercials, which means that could be like in half for all we know.
Oh.
Because of the commercials. Right?
Yeah. I find that hard to believe. I'm not buying that number.
Well, I mean,
that's 77. I'm sorry. I'm talking fraud.
NXT 54-40.
Yeah.
AEW 57-52.
That seems a little more reasonable.
Yeah, those are in line with their averages.
Yeah.
Raw's been actually up the past few weeks, and they've been keeping it that way since the summer of 35 minutes.
What's going on?
I guess they want to put more wrestling on a wrestling show, but they're still, about an hour less than where they should be.
Yeah, they still suck.
Yeah. So that's there, and then I can show you the ratings. This past Wednesday's ratings aren't going to come out until after this podcast comes out. But the 18th, they got 800.
What's your prediction?
800. Day before Thanksgiving, I'm probably going to say about 760, 800.
Well, if they were any kind of flyer like you
Hmm?
that could get TNT on the flight.
Ah.
You know, I don't know. Do
Well, I
they
can-
count those numbers?
Yeah, they count all kinds of numbers,
Yeah,
including if you watch on Hulu or YouTube TV.
I mean, the guy you were sitting next to, he was really interested.
He was into it. He
Yeah.
didn't know what it was. He'd never heard of it before.
Never heard of it.
So yeah, but he was getting pissed off at the football game
Well,
that was on. So
and he was looking at your screen.
he was
Hmm.
very intrigued. But yeah, 850,000 2 weeks ago, 0.37 in the demo, and you can kind of see the comparison there over the
Mhm.
last 10 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Pretty consistent.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
very consistent.
I wish I was one of those,
Yeah.
but I can't be.
Well, you're in the 50+ demo.
Well, you
Yeah.
know what I mean.
But you see the number difference, 0.37 versus NXT's 0.14.
Mm-hmm.
Not good for NXT. So, what are your...
NXT has never been good, anyways.
Well, it's WWE.
Yeah, I mean, they really, I don't know. Well, here's the thing. You know, you compare AEW with NXT. Why don't you compare NXT to AEW Dark? Is it because they're only on a YouTube channel? I mean, what is it? Where is NXT?
Well, Dark...
NXT aren't they like YouTube anyways?
No.
I mean, with their
no.
numbers, no.
NXT is WWE's third show. And it's directly in the time slot as AEW Dynamite. That's why we kind of compare and contrast.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. I'd be curious though.
So let's get
Oh.
through November 18th.
That's all I get.
Yeah, well, Young Bucks beat Top Flight.
They did.
Orange Cassidy
So
defeats...
this was the first time for Top Flight,
Yes.
Yeah.
They've been on Dark a couple times.
which they weren't when I was watching them.
No.
I mean, so they're pretty fairly new, even on the dark side, aren't
You've
they?
seen one of them on MLW before when he was known as Airwolf.
Oh, which one was that? Well, it had to be the older guy.
Yes.
Okay.
The older brother.
Yeah.
Orange Cassidy defeats Kip Sabian.
They have potential.
I think
They
they
do.
have...
They do have good potential. They do have things to iron out because they
Mhm.
are fairly young yet.
Yeah. Oh, and before we leave here, after the AEW review, we have 2 women's matches that you get to review.
Okay. I do.
Yes, the 2 Japanese women's matches.
Oh,
we got
those.
you. Yeah.
Yes. Sounds good.
Okay. Orange
Okay.
Cassidy defeats Kip Sabian.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little slow.
Pac
It's-
defeats Blade. He's
yeah.
back after 8 months.
Really happy about that. Really glad to see Pac back. He brings that energy. Need to energize again. I'm feeling the energy coming back.
That's right.
Yep. Pac's bringing the energy. I'm so happy. I love that guy. He's so disgustingly good. Ugly. Everything.
That's right. Serena Deeb defeats Thunder Rosa, retains the NWA women's title.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
Why? I thought that match was good.
It was all right.
Yeah.
It was all right.
What'd you think of Britt Baker getting involved? And they did a lot of women's segments on the show, actually.
Hmm.
They had Jade Cargill take out Brandy
I'm a little
Rhodes
discouraged.
backstage.
I'm a little discouraged on the women.
Why are you discouraged?
I'm just discouraged. Because they just, suck in general. And I just, I just want Statlander back. Because, I mean, Statlander brought a lot of energy. And I just think when she got knocked out, it just, it was Britt Baker. And then Britt Baker was the energy. Then Statlander came in, more energy. And then, boom, knocked out. So I really want those energies back. Everybody else kind of follows suit, but when Sheeta comes in, Sheeta's got that energy too, but there's just certain people that bring that energy back into the ring for the women.
I feel the issue.
I need it.
I like the direction they're going with gathering a lot of the talent they need. The problem is their experience is so little, and there's not enough people to compete with Sheeta, because Sheeta has
Right.
the experience
Right.
and nobody else has it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
But then we get Deeb versus Rosa. Rosa at least has 5 years under her belt,
Yeah.
and she put in the work.
Yeah.
Deeb has her own experience. That's why this match was so much
Yeah.
better than
Yeah,
what we've seen in the past. But Sheeta's already faced him both.
Yeah.
Twice.
Yeah.
I think Rosa twice. At least once.
Yeah.
So that's the issue there. But I like the match. I liked Baker getting involved. Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I like Baker getting involved.
Okay.
It sets up a feud with Rosa. Keeps your champion strong. Keeps the opponent strong. I'll fix it in post. Don't worry. I'll fix the echo and all that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Mom.
I'm concerned.
Yeah. So Cargill took out Brandy Rhodes backstage. You know,
Okay.
The giant Jack lady. With
Yeah.
with the white hair.
Okay.
Yeah. And then if you noticed, Vicky Guerrero and Nyla Rose were playing interference.
I can't stand Vicky Guerrero. She's got to go.
Well, that's the point.
Just oh my god. It was just, she's just too Karen for me.
She's too caring for it. I think
Yeah.
that's kind of the point.
I know.
Well, all right. Main event, Team Taz, Cage and Starks. They defeated Cody Rhodes and Darby Allin. I thought this match was great.
I thought it was I have it as dang good match. Good. It was good to see Cage as actually Russell, and that's always been my problem with Cage because I felt that a lot of his opponents are just throwarounds, and you don't really get to see him really wrestle.
So you finally got to see him really wrestle.
Right,
And that's
why I felt it was a really good match. I really can't stand the freaking FTW. I think it just needs to be. I really want to take like something that can tear the shit out of that FTW belt so that it never appears again.
Well, save that thought because the next week something big happened. So the 2 things happened on this show, or 3 things actually. So there was the Hybrid 2 beat down Top Flight after the match with the Young Bucks to set up Top Flight for next week. Miro attacked Orange Cassidy and got the hell out of there quick, so that continues their feud. Sets up something as we saw the next week. The return of the Death Triangle. So Kingston and the Butcher and Blade were putting the boots to Pac. And that's when Phoenix came out, because remember I said he was on the apron side and Kingston kind of booted him out of the ring.
Yeah.
So the question was, where does Penta lie? Like,
Right.
which side is he going to be on? And he's stuck with his brother. So the Death Triangle's back. We got 2 trios teams against each other now.
Which is going to be good.
That's going to be fun.
That's going to be good.
And that also helps set up
I'm
a
looking
tag match
forward to that.
for the next week.
Yep. Looking forward to that.
Of course, beat down in the Rosa match. So you see a pattern here throughout the show. Every match had a beat down after it. But it set up something for the next week. And then Cage pinned Darby Allin, and it's noticeable that Starks and Cage are both in the top 5 rankings for singles. So Team Taz on the rise. And then what happened at the end was Will Hobbs came back, and he was late again, and he holds up the FTW title and turns on Cody. So he joins Team Taz. So all that, like, oh, he was late, maybe he missed a cue, maybe he... You know, why was he so late for Darby getting the car, his arms, shoved in the car door? Well, it was all because he was playing the waiting game. Right? So there you go. That was a good episode of Dynamite.
It was. I think both of them are actually pretty good.
But this next week, the one from the 25th, the day before Thanksgiving, this show was phenomenal. Like, everything flowed super well. The matches were all good. It got multiple stories involved. Your boy Adam Page started off the show against John Silver.
Which was really exciting.
Yeah.
Love that match.
Powerhouse Hobbs beat Lee Johnson. Just a little squash match. The big thing was after that match where Taz got on the mic and started talking a bunch of shit. Take the FTW title seriously, and you We're getting some real heat with that. You're just like, yeah, because it means nothing. I heard you.
Yeah, you're right. It
Yeah.
means nothing. Means nothing. It never has meant anything. It doesn't belong in AEW.
Well, you got to put some respect
means
on that.
nothing.
You got to put some
Oh,
respect on the
I
FTW
didn't.
title.
What?
Well, management comes out, and that's Cody, your man, your favorite guy. So
Failure to launch wrestling.
FTLW.
Failure to wrestle.
Sure. Okay.
That's a good one.
Is that your White Russian motivation there?
It could be.
What do you think of the? I mean, I love this whole promo and segment with Taz, and then Cody says he'll run up the flagpole, and Taz is like, "Are you gonna give me that shit?" Basically, you gonna tell me future endeavor this, and got no creative for me. You got no creative for the FTW title. Cody comes back in. Why is your kid training with me and not you? This kid's name is Hook, by the way.
And I saw him at the end.
Yeah, he was with Taz.
He's young.
Yeah.
He's got to be only what, maybe
18, 19,
19?
yeah,
Yeah,
something like that.
something like
Well, I
that.
mean, we've seen a 19-year-old on the show, so who are we?
Yeah, right.
If you're good enough, you're good enough.
True that.
I love this angle. It was great. Towed the line between the whole quote-unquote realness of it with Cody coming out with a headset on, and he's like, look, I'm in charge, we'll run it up, and then Taz gets all pissed off and throws him in the Taz mission and gets out of there. What do you think of Cody versus
Was
Team
Taz
Taz?
ever a wrestler?
Oh, yeah. Big-time wrestler.
Where?
ECW,
When?
Philadelphia.
Oh.
Yeah.
What? When? In the 80s, I'm guessing?
90s.
90s?
That's where the FTW comes from, is him and ECW. Fuck the world. That's what it means.
Oh, FTW means fuck the world?
Yeah.
That's what it means?
Yeah.
Well, I was being nice.
You excited for Cody to kind of stay away from the TNT title and go after this FTW title? Have this?
I don't want an FTW title.
But I think it's a good direction because it keeps him away from the other
nothing.
titles.
It means
That's the
nothing.
That's the point. You're supposed
Why
to
go
hate it and
after
think it,
something that means nothing?
because now Cody's
That's so
aggravated with them,
stupid.
and now he wants it.
But that's stupid.
You have so much heat just for the existence of this
I do.
title that's
It's
not recognized.
Exactly. Why go after something that means nothing? It makes no sense to me. Why go after it? It means nothing. There's no title. It's a stupid belt that means nothing. It's not.
That's why Taz is mad. He wants the title to mean something, and everyone.
Who gives a shit what Taz wants?
That's what he wants. He's
Well,
a
who
bitter.
gives a
He's a
shit
bitter.
Who gives a shit what Taz wants?
He's a bitter New Yorker that wants his thing to
oh
matter.
my god! No,
Okay,
I give him nothing.
I like
He
it.
gets nothing.
I hope Cody takes
He's
the title from him and then he throws it in a dumpster. How about
I'm
that?
a better ass than Taz.
Maybe
I
he can
kick
maybe he
his
can spray
ass.
paint his neck tattoo on the title. Instead of NWO, it's Nightmare.
Right. Oh my god, it's just stupid. It's just so stupid. I hated it from the very beginning when it came out. When he's bragging about that stupid, worthless, fuck the world title.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fuck the world. Who gives a shit then?
All right, well, whatever.
I hate it.
Hybrid 2 defeats
Make it go
top,
away.
Hybrid
Make
2
it go away. I hate that stupid thing. It so
TH2
makes no
defeats
sense.
Top Flight.
Don't ever bring it up again.
You saw
I'm just,
well, we're going to see it again next week, probably.
I'm
Winter
gonna
is
be
coming.
Pissed. I'm
They're
going to
gonna
be
be in-
pissed.
they're gonna
I
be in
never
that-
want to see it again.
You're going to be in that Dynamite
I never want to talk about it again.
Diamond Battle Royal.
Do
It's
not
next
talk
week.
to me about that fucking worthless, stupid title world FT whatever.
You're so angry about it.
I never want to hear about it again. I'm done.
Do you like the Hybrid 2
DUN.
Top Flight match at least?
DUN.
As you
Who?
hit tables and
I
what-
know. I
yeah.
gotta cross my
Gotta act like a lady over here
Yeah,
as you
yeah.
fuck the world and I hate this.
I gotta,
Let me fucking act like a lady.
Wait, who?
Hybrid 2 against Top Flight.
Hybrid 2.
This one right here on your notes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Top Flight versus Hybrid 2. Kind of different. Who are they? Are
Who?
they from Dark 2? Hybrid 2? Or they just
They're
signed?
from Mexico.
Oh,
You haven't
okay.
seen them because they were stuck in Mexico, and then they were on Dark for a little while, like getting their feet back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I thought it was a good match, for newcomers for both. So
Right?
Um,
Well, what's interesting is we listened to the Kenny Omega interview, and he's talking about the weather in Florida, how it was really hot in the summer, and now it's kind of cold, and the ring is faster.
mm-hmm.
Well, Jack Evans was on record saying his cardio wasn't up to the level to keep up with the ring. Like, he would just get tired so quick because the ring's different. So I found the interviews of, and they're not the only ones to say this, because they're outside all the time, so there's that to take into account. The ring's faster, while in, say, Japan, the rings are much harder and slower.
Well, yeah, I know.
So
I noticed that.
Yeah, so
I noticed that when I was watching.
The women matches.
Well, the women's
And
matches,
Dragon Gate.
and even Dragon Gate, that there wasn't as much spring
Right.
to the ring.
So you can imagine like what that feels
Yeah.
like on your knees and your back, and because you're moving so fast, you got to kind of slow
Yeah.
yourself down all the time
Yeah.
instead of speeding yourself up. It's different.
Yeah.
SCU versus the Inner Circle. So this was the whole Inner Circle group after they'd slayed Vegas. By the way,
Right.
what did you think of the Inner Circle slaying Vegas? Little hangover parody we saw coming.
Yeah. Yeah. I was waiting for the lion. I really wanted to see a lion, but I was disappointed.
You want to see Lion and Mike Tyson hang out?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we got
I-
Elvis and chickens.
Yeah.
That's kind of fun.
Well, yeah, but I kind of wish I would have seen, Tyson show up. That would have been cool.
He's actually busy training for his fight right now. I think
Fight
it's
with-
like in a couple weeks or
Fight
something.
with who?
He's having an amateur boxing fight.
Really?
Yeah, coming out. Yeah,
Hope he doesn't bite anyone's ear.
I think that's encouraged right now, isn't it?
Oh, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
I like the Vegas thing. I thought it was good. It's like so. No. This is a good story because MJF is all about trying to gain everyone's trust. Right. First, he does Jericho, and they just bond over the goofy singing segment. Right. Because their egos are so large, they just break out in a song. Now they go to Vegas, and it's all about MJF showing everyone a good time. Because remember, half of them didn't want him in the Inner Circle. But after this Vegas trip now, it seems like they're closer.
Together.
Yeah, they're closer. So
No, they're not.
I like the bar segment.
I call.
Call bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, of course, he's just trying to get on their good side and then rip them apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that it's. I still see the Inner Circle kind of dismantling.
Yeah, eventually.
I see something in the future.
Well, I like that bar segment because I've had that. I've had that in college where it's like, because they begin I want a slippery nipple. Oh yeah, well give me whiskey. Oh yeah, give me rum.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, give me moonshine. Give me white lightning. Give me Everclear. And
Well,
then they
see,
drink it.
that's
My organs.
That's a guy thing.
Yeah, it's a guy thing.
I mean,
You want to see how tough you are.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
It was a callback to their steak, and they want to be more manly.
Right. Yeah.
I liked Wardlow and Hager since they're not drinking. And
Right.
they're just staring at each other the whole time.
And then they got to get out their aggressions because they wanted to beat the shit out of somebody. So, yeah, come here.
They're just pulling random dudes and beating them up.
That was good.
I like how Elvis came in, a dude without a shirt, just a random dude without a shirt on, just joins in. I didn't like the little person crying in the baby diaper.
No.
I don't know what the point of that was.
I don't either.
I've seen someone go, the dude with the shirt, without a shirt on and the tattoos, got shrunk into a baby form. I guess. I don't know. But, waking up the next morning, they're like, oh, God, what happened? And everyone's got their own personality and how they wake up.
Yeah.
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 So,
I didn't think about the baby thing, but yeah.
Seeing Jericho and Daniels in the ring for the first time, because I've been watching them for 2 decades wrestle, was really cool for me.
Yeah.
And the match was good, and then Kazarian sucker punched MJF after the match because he cheated. And I think they're going to have a lot to do. Well, Jericho's facing Kazarian next week. Winter is coming to get his revenge on MJF.
Okay.
Revenge for MJF.
Okay.
You know, his jaw was broken, probably needed dental work.
Oh, yeah.
Very upsetting.
I could see his jaw was really moving, breaking.
Yeah, it really was. Shida defeats Anna Jay in a singles match to retain her title. Mm-hmm. I thought this was good.
And then who was the psycho that came out? The in all red and...
Oh, Abaddon.
Yeah.
Like the zombie girl?
Yeah, the zombie girl.
Yeah. Crawls out, blood.
She's really good at that.
Yeah. She's definitely got the character down. She's
scary.
So it's funny, whenever Shida has posted something to Twitter and social media, and then even in that, I love the pre-video package. There's a lot of little things on the show they did really well. The pre-video packages throughout to tell a little story there, how far Anna Jay's come. Shida telling her, win with your heart. What did you learn if you cheat kind of situation. Abaddon's actually in the back of all these looking at her.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
There's one where she's celebrating with the title, getting ready for the fight, and the door's cracked in the background. You see her like creeping in, looking.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Wow.
But yeah, this match was good. Anna Jay's come a long way in such a short time. She's a rookie.
Yeah, I even have it as it's one of the better matches in a while for the women.
So after all our critique, and they've actually been adding a lot of women's matches on Dark lately. So that's clearly helping.
Good.
At least for scouting and people getting...
I think it's where it needs to keep for a while. And I'm happy that they're doing that. So, I think I'm going to not watch it this week, but I'll watch Dark the following week and see
some progression. See what's going on.
See what's going on out there.
Hey, if there's a good match on Dark, I'll let you know.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a nice little kind of...
I like it. I like Dark. I watched it when this all first kicked off, and I hadn't watched it in a long last time until, last month I did, and I was like, wow, it was refreshing.
It's a nice little background show. You can just put it on in the background. You kind of look over, and I like it.
The thing I also like about it is that your big players still are in Dark. So, if
not the biggest of big, you watch Dynamite for them, but you're like next tier down.
But you have your Dynamite players that do come in and they give those wrestlers a chance to enhance their game, to better their game, because you have to wrestle someone above you
to get better.
Get better. So I'm glad that they do have that opportunity for the people on Dark, for the wrestlers on Dark to be able to get that experience. So Dark is always fun to me because you still get to see your bigger names, not big names, but your bigger names against the up and coming. So,
and I like seeing who might break out from there.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
AEW has signed, like Top Flight, they signed them out of there. Will Hobbs came out of there.
I feel bad for the indies, with all this going on, because the indies I really, really, really enjoyed going to.
Right, and because this is all shut down, that's the other function Dark serves as the place where these indie guys can kind of show up for a few shows.
And I like and that's why I like Dark in that regard, because it is a smaller venue. You don't have the big names. You have the wrestlers that are breaking out, trying to break out, and it's fun to watch. Because we can always watch top name wrestlers, and it's the same, a lot of the same every week. And AEW does break up that. Oh yeah, you don't see the same guys week in and week out. No, you don't, which is nice. But the AEW Dark is really a nice option to watch, and if you miss the indies, it's definitely worth watching. Right. So I really enjoy it. Anna Jay tried to cheat, so she didn't listen to Shida, and she still lost. Yep. And that's when Abaddon came out. So and then the main event, Butcher and Blade against Pac and Rey Fenix with Penta ringside. Yeah, but it was a good long match, but
13 minutes. So yeah, it was the longest on the show.
Yeah, it was a long match. And unfortunately, they cheated for the win because I like Pac and
Butcher and Blade.
Phoenix.
Yeah. Eddie Kingston was on commentary talking a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
He's a madman.
He's right up there. He's starting to be annoying to me.
Well,
he
it's funny.
reminds me of Taz.
Well, they're both from New York.
Exactly.
Let's see. Taz is from Brooklyn and Kingston's from Yonkers, I think.
Jeez.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
What would you think of Lance Archer coming out and doing the whole everybody dies thing in Clearinghouse? What do you think that's gonna what's
where
the
you
word?
think it's gonna go?
Yeah, where do you think it's gonna
I
lead?
don't know where it's gonna go. I was wondering where he's been for a while. Now he's back, so don't know what's up with his shit. Maybe he's going after Omega to get to Moxley. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, he's clearly mad at Kingston's group because they keep butting in his business, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Pac's back, so maybe taking some limelight there, but he doesn't really have any beef with him. So maybe someone else joins Kingston's little family. You have a little temporary alliance with Archer, with Death Triangle. Mm-hmm.
I would rather see him with the Death Triangle.
Who, Archer?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I expect he'll team with them, and a fourth guy will join Kingston's group.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
So,
good theory.
One last thing for AEW is the Omega Moxley contract signings. They tried 2 weeks. The first one,
Omega was signed.
It did eventually get signed by both guys. The first one, Omega's out there. He does his whole entrance. He's a Wrestling Observer Hall of Famer now. He does the whole Michael Jordan, North Carolina thing still every time.
Mm-hmm.
So, from Chicago know that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Moxley was taken out, bloody nose.
Yeah.
Omega's like, oh, bloody nose, woohoo. Excuses.
Omega is the one who did it anyways.
Not according to Moxley. He thinks Omega hired somebody to take him out.
No, Omega did it.
Omega did it?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about that. I think it's Hangman Page. Someone pointed out a tarot card of the Hangman, and Moxley was in the exact position as the tarot card of the Hangman tarot card. So I think it's Hangman.
Huh. Okay.
Do you think Hangman's going to join the Dark Order?
Oh God, I hope not.
But are you afraid he will?
I would hope he doesn't.
He is a broken individual,
Well,
he's very sad. He's a sad cowboy.
I'm sorry, but if he's with Coconut Cabana, I have drawn the line. I will be just so disappointed if Hangman Page goes on to the Dark Order with Coconut Cabana.
We'll help you with John Silver. He's funny. The Meat Man.
No.
Johnny Hungy.
No.
Hungy for a win.
And even if they got rid of Coconut Cabana to make room for Adam Page, it would be horrible. I would just.
Do you think Omega took out Moxley?
Because of his cockiness on how he came into the ring. Because he already knew that Omega,
Well, did you at least like the next this week right here that we're covering, where Moxley attacked him in the tunnel? He came up in the shadow and beat him up and DDT'd him on the belt and then talked a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
It was good stuff.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Who do you think's winning?
Who do I think's gonna win?
Mm-hmm.
The Moxley Omega?
Yeah.
Moxley.
Well, I think Omega's winning.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, yeah.
No. Ain't happening.
Ain't happening?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Who do you think's
Omega's
winning?
not that good.
Oh, them's fighting words.
Moxley's way better than Omega in that regard.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Omega's mean.
Oh, we're on opposite sides of the corners this time.
I said Omega's mean. What?
Ooh,
I said Moxley. Oh, no. That's a Freudian slip. Whoop.
So deep down in your heart, I think you want Omega to win. Yeah. Oh, the turtle's shaped like chocolate. Yeah. You mean chocolate turtles? Yeah. What did I say? It took you a while to wrap that around, but
gotta get my
the gears gotta go.
Yeah.
Okay, random pick then for the Battle Royal winner for the next Diamond Ring. Think MJF's going to win it 2 years in a row?
No.
I think Miro's going to win it.
Oh, why? Oh no.
He's going to show it off
Miro's
during his video game reviews, and the best friends are going to fight him.
Miro hasn't even done anything since he's been introduced. What has he done?
He's talked about video games.
Yeah.
No?
No.
Who cares?
No.
Mid-card Miro?
No.
Whatever.
No. Who's gonna win the ring?
Yeah.
Is
Kip Sabian wins it and gives it to Penelope Ford. Because they're getting married.
Is Moxley,
Or, you know what?
Is Moxley going to be in on that?
No. Because he's
No.
facing Omega.
Oh.
No, I will stick with Miro, because then he could give his best man. Because he's the best man, and the best man will give Kip Sabian the ring. And that'll be his manly wedding ring. And they'll lose it to the best friends in a video game battle.
Is Wardlow going to be in it?
I think so. Ooh, that's who you think?
Ooh.
Oh, that's an interesting story. I like the way you think. Well, all right, we got 2 women's matches to talk about. TJPW, Yuka Sakazaki, Wrestle Princess versus Mizuki. What did you think?
A lot of screaming.
Well, I mean, sure.
Well, who was the first one?
That's the first one.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
the first one?
Yeah.
What was the second one?
Ozaki versus Saori Ano.
Yeah, I like that one better.
You're telling me you like Ozaki Ano more than Yuka
I like the
against
second.
Mizuki?
I like the second match better because it was more festive.
How was it more festive?
It was like everything else that I like. I must like a lot of blood and guts, and
Oh, there's certainly a lot of blood in it.
yeah, there was a lot of blood in the second one.
Ano got ripped
Yeah.
apart.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was a much better match. I thought there was even for the old lady, right? The old lady beat up the young girl, so because it was 52-year-old against 29-year-old, and so it was
I think
good.
she's 29, yeah.
Yeah, it was good to see some.
You relate more to the old lady?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Shit.
You like
Stop it.
you like she,
Picking on your mother?
she's part of the
my
50 plus
God.
demographic. That's part of
Oh,
you.
my
Yeah, you
God.
totally relate more.
I
Well,
like.
why?
I just like the action better than the first one.
What, the 5-on-1 beatdown the whole time? And
Oh yeah, that was kind of cool too.
God.
With the umpteen amount of chairs to hit her against the head,
Uh-huh.
you know, and to make her bleed and blood all over her face on her pure white outfit. It was
It was
just
a good little
awesome.
visual.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Hmm.
I thought it was very good. Very, very well done. Yeah.
What would you give it?
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
I would give that a 4.5 star.
Ah, okay. And what would you give the Yuka Mizuki match?
It was like 3.5.
Really?
Yeah.
What didn't do it for you?
There wasn't any blood or anything.
You knew they should have bled the whole time?
Well, I think it was just a different style of wrestling between the two. I think you had,
Mm-hmm.
you know, the more experienced on the second match compared to the first match. The first match, they were pretty even as far as their matching wrestling abilities. And I already knew who was going to win, so it was kind of just watching to see the outcome. But it was fun for the second one because I figured the 29-year-old kicked the woman's ass, not knowing that there was going to be 5 against 1. So that kind of changes everything after that. But that one had a lot more experience. There was a lot more action. There was a lot more, to me,
Bells and whistles to it.
Yeah, there was just more of everything to me, and that's what I like, you know. So
It's weird that you gravitate towards all these death matches all the time. Did you notice
well,
that?
so, I know
It's been that way for a while.
it's been that way for a while. I seem to want to see more blood, and you know, I guess I'm in the house too long. I don't know. I need more violence.
Your bloodlust is thirsty.
Right, I'm getting bloodlust. I need bloodlust.
Well, what did you think about the first match with the wardrobe almost, ruining everything, and the working of the legs and the flip at the end that sealed it? Like, no, it just didn't do it for you? It was too slow or what?
For the first match?
Yeah.
Well, there were some good moves on, there.
Because you popped hard when the girl did the...
Yeah, when she did the swirl thing or whatever.
I think it's
is.
called the cotton candy swirl or something.
Yeah. It's a spin. Like I said, that first match, they were very well matched together. It was a good match, but I thought that the second match had more action that I like.
Okay.
And
all right.
And that's what I have a problem with the women wrestlers on AEW, that they just need to have more action.
There needs to be some involvement.
Yeah.
And you don't feel that involvement.
Right. I mean, Statlander brought that
Mm-hmm.
in. Britt Baker was starting to do that too,
Yeah,
but then
true.
she got injured. Riho had brought that, though I'm not a big fan of her, but she had brought that that energy, and so
Well, yeah, there's a lot to say with experience that you were able
right.
to pull that
so
together.
I'm back to the second match.
So that's what you felt.
That's
I
the,
see.
The
Okay.
same thing too. There's that energy. I thought the first match was a little more flat to me compared to the second one. And again, you're looking at experience compared to.
I mean, technically,
I don't
just
know
one
about
of those women has more experience than all of them put together.
But look what Sheeta does when she comes into the ring. She changes the energy of what goes on in the ring. She's the dominant one. You can tell that.
Mm-hmm.
But it keeps the momentum in the ring.
So you didn't feel
going.
that with Yuka. That's the Aladdin girl.
Right.
Even though you thought maybe when it came
it
to
was
the match,
a different style.
yeah. I mean, that's the point.
Totally
that's
different
one of the
style. Yeah.
compare and contrast
Yeah.
to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just not your style, while the other one is.
Right.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Well, there you go, everybody. She thinks Ozaki is better than Yuka Sakazaki. She said it.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. That's what I like.
Well, the fact that you don't know if that's good or bad makes it that much better, at least for me in the audience. All right. Well, that's it. 40 minutes. We're in and out AEW. We're done.
Don't you want to know my
of course,
star
yes.
matches?
Yes, do you have any?
Or do you even care anymore?
I mean, you gave Ozaki 4.5 stars over here. That's one of your top matches of the year.
It was a good one.
Yeah.
I liked it. So my top match for the past 2 weeks, of course, was my Adam Page.
Yeah.
I really liked that match. That was a 4-star for me for that. And of course,
Critics would agree with you.
And I gotta say that I'm glad Pac's back, and he's my guy this week.
Pac is back, and he's the guy. There you go.
He's my guy. I'm glad he's back, and I want to see him win some more matches and kick some ass.
There you go. Well, thanks for joining yet again.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, we're back.
R.
DDT TV number 12, and then the start of their KO tournament. So basically, the only thing coming out of the TV show was an 8-man tag in which they heavily teased Jun Akiyama confronting Tetsuya Endo. And the reasoning for that, at least part of it, is they were going to be the main event of the Korakuen show on November 22nd. But the big takeaway match from the TV show on TV 12 was the trios titles were on the line. The challengers were Akito, Hirata, and Shota taking on Eruption. 14 minutes, 36 seconds in that abysmally dead arena setting that they got going on for this section of the TV show.
It makes it really hard to be engaged, at least for me. I think especially because we've gotten used to actually hearing crowds at least clap during shows.
Right.
At least there's some semblance of a noise, and to have it just be completely dead again made it really hard for me to get into almost anything.
I agree. I'm not totally opposed with the finish of Saki Akai getting quickly rolled up by, I believe it was Hirata that rolled her up. Not opposed to it. However, I do question heading into the KO tournament, block tournament, and the hint of that story with Saki Akai wanting a second title to go with her tag partners, and then she is the one that ate the pin. Maybe it's just a promo she threw out there, as maybe a side story. We are seeing her, run the rest of basically the year in TJPW as contacting her twin sister Saki-sama, or long lost cousin, however you want to spin it.
Her twin sister from France.
But I figured she would have kind of squirmed her way into the KO tournament. Maybe gone for the Extreme title, something along those lines they could tell, but they didn't go either route, and then they just took the titles off the trios team. So Higuchi and Sakaguchi are still the tag champions. I don't know what they're going to do with Saki Akai as they end the year. Clearly nothing, as it seems.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Kind of odd, actually, because I thought, like you said, I also thought they were building to something with her and Eruption. And it just kind of feels like they just dropped it if they did, or maybe it just was no plan at all. And she, like you said, just cut a promo.
Yeah, very strange.
But it'd be kind of weird to do that, especially if there is no plan, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they're trios titles, so they change hands a lot easier than, say, the tag titles. So, that's par for the course. Again, not opposed to it at all. It just seems kind of strange to do it at this point in time. But we did watch the KO tournament, night one, and I really liked how this tournament got set off, Kay.
Yeah, it was a lot of strong matches. Nothing really kind of felt like it was underperforming.
No, some matches were better than others. There's no doubt. I was trying to peg this in between, the G1 Block A to the G1 Block B. I vastly disliked much of Block B, what that had to offer. But Block A had so many just excellent matches. I think it's safe to say this is definitely falls in between those two, but I'm definitely leaning towards more of the A block end of the spectrum over the B block. How do you feel?
I think about the same. I think I might be much closer to the A block in that regard, just because the B block was like the pits, it was the dregs, it was the desert of nothing and evil. So I think this, at least every tournament match, if we exclude like the undercard Honda bullshit, was very entertaining and very good, very well done. It didn't feel like it was, again, evil and Block B. So
yeah, and I was looking at the kind of promos. All the guys were cutting on each other. Basically, both Endo and Akiyama vowed to go through the tournament undefeated. I believe Daisuke Sasaki said he was just going to murder everybody in the tournament.
About right.
Maybe that was Sakaguchi. I can't remember who said it exactly. It was quite funny. But we got a hell of a Korakuen show here. Akito defeats Mao. Mao clearly still coming back from his injury, a little bit slow. Akito kind of kept him grounded as a strategy. No shock that was the opening match, 7 minutes. Harashima and Chris Brooks in 11 minutes put on a hell of a match. Harashima looked like he turned back the clock at least 7 years. Knocked him out with a big running knee. That was awesome. I really enjoyed this match. Not my match of the night, no, though, surprisingly enough. That came later.
I enjoyed this match as well, and I think I said when we were watching it that Chris Brooks is my pick to win it.
Yes, you did. I have Akiyama winning the KO tournament. But yeah, Sasaki beats Konosuke Takeshita. Kind of a surprising result. So they're putting, not only has Takeshita lost to Akiyama at Ultimate Party, but now he's come into the first night of the KO tournament and lost to the guy who just challenged for the title. So playing the whole underdog coming from behind story there, perhaps. Makoto Oishi and Shunma Katsumata, they put in a hell of a performance in 7 minutes. I was pretty blown away by what these two guys were going to do, namely Oishi coming off of, the Akiyama little joint army thing that they had going on throughout all summer, being kind of a kohai to the big veteran. There was a huge kind of spin over the top shoulders into a crucifix bomb spot I really loved. What'd you think, Kay?
I thought this didn't feel 7 minutes. It felt like it was longer in a good way because it got so much done. And again, like you said, it was 7 minutes. It didn't feel that way. That crucifix spot was awesome. I think this one and the main event were the two matches. Well, and the Chris Brooks match were like a stretch of 3 matches that I thought were very, very good. Even the Sasaki one was pretty good. Coming off of that title match, I kind of didn't have expectations for him. So kind of surprising there.
Yeah, it was even the heel groups, they were very easy on any sort of interference spots. There was no ref bumps. I was like, my God, this is how you do a tournament.
Yeah, New Japan, take notes.
God damn it. What a thought. My favorite match of the night was the Yuki Ueno versus Higuchi match. No shock here. They've just been killing it all year along with Endo. It definitely lived up to my expectation. And here's the other thing. This show flew by. It was like an hour and a half once you skip the opening match. No match was over 15 minutes. I felt like my time was incredibly worthwhile, and I got a great card out of it. And then Endo defeated Akiyama in the main event, 14 flat. This was the longest one on the night. I think it was a little bit of a surprising result.
I don't think I was surprised on it, just because I guess I'm pretty high on Endo. I figured they're pretty high on Endo, and boy, Endo, he's a good guy there. He's pretty good.
Dude, he's got them abs that'll take him to the top. Will he win? I'm still taking Akiyama. This seems like the big story here, where Akiyama defeated Takeshita. Now he's come into night 1 of the tournament and lost to the champion. So now not only do we have a legit challenger for the title, but now he has a redemption story to play throughout this tournament and working from behind, along with the guy who he just beat in Takeshita. So I really like how this all has kind of developed just on this night 1. And you might be able to throw Chris Brooks in there because he just lost the Universal title. So really, you have the stalwarts of the promotion, Akito, Harashima, Sasaki, as your kind of veterans of the promotion, all coming away with 2 points to start. Ueno and Endo are your champions, so they also win. So that leaves kind of the young guys without titles, along with Akiyama playing from behind. Which I think is, I think they told a pretty good story here on night 1 on how we're gonna outlook this for the rest of the tournament.
Right. Well, I think, again, this is my sort of thought, because I think you said that Chris Brooks his time in Japan might be up, and I don't think he's leaving Japan. So I think he's going to win, and then he's going to go to the main event, and they're going to say that they signed him. Going to announce
he wins the whole thing and announce he's been signed.
Right, and I could see him being the one that beats Endo. It might be a short run, but I could see him being the one that takes down Endo. Maybe Endo gets his belt back after a little bit, but gets the belt on to somebody else, because Endo's kind of already done his shtick, right? He's sort of established at the top. I think you do that. I think that's why you take the Universal belt off of Chris Brooks after having it on him for so long.
Hey, are you saying you can lose the title and get a promotion in a promotion, so to say?
I am. It's almost like, man, once you've achieved a certain status, the belt kind of doesn't even really matter.
The belt has helped raise you, and then you raise the belt, then you move on. What a thought!
As a good champion should.
What a thought! So that's DDT. If this sounds interesting to you, and you want to, if you're just clamoring for another tournament out there, and New Japan's not doing it for you, head on over to Wrestle Universe. Watch some KO there. With that, we got the Joshi stuff to talk about. By the way, I don't know who won yet between DDT and AEW. I'm leaning towards DDT. I'm gonna think on that.
Right. Well, is there a Dynamite on this week?
Well, yes, there's Dynamite.
This is the week of Thanksgiving, so I just would assume that it wouldn't have been.
Of course there's Dynamite. Don't be silly.
Okay.
All right, let me play these drops here.
吠えろ舞い上がれな審判は水色の光へ聞こえる大歓声過去も未来も自分を信じて
Oh my god, Kay. The way we recorded this. Finally.
Trying.
Fine. Well, I mean, the holidays kind of had to split the podcast recording up, but we're finally here to do some of this Joshi War, and we're starting with Ice Ribbon here.
Yes, the Ice Ribbon.
A lot of Ice Ribbon happened in the past couple weeks. Like, a lot. Seriously.
Oh, yeah.
So much.
Like, a lot of good Ice Ribbon, too.
Yeah, I felt every show was worthwhile in some form of another, and not just that, just the way everything kind of released all at once. We got like 4 or 5 shows here, just back to back to back to back, including the Ice Ribbon Cross Actress Girl show that was from November 16th.
Yeah, that was a good show top to bottom.
One of my favorite shows of the year.
That's my favorite show of the year. It's not the best show of the year, but it's my favorite. It's my 2 favorite promotions. You know, duking it out. It's got to be my favorite show by default, right?
That's right. So we got, I mean, there's just so many. The podcast is so long already, and we still have Stardom and Dragon Gate and all kinds of stuff to go. We have no choice but to condense this and kind of, it's really just, it's not, I mean, besides one thing of story, everything was just kind of like, here's a good match. What did you think of the match? And we move on, right?
Right. I think it's more or less the same thing. I think we're just kind of building to Ribbon Mania. It's kind of the focus now, right?
Absolutely.
We'll see more of that in December.
Yeah, so I did want to start off with saying we watched the Michiko Miyagi match from Actress Girls against Takase. We did watch this. I don't think we mentioned after the previous Takase title match in Actress Girls that Miyagi came out and like stole the title, ran around the ring a bunch of times, then got chucked in the ring, and then dropped the title and left, and Takase was like, what just happened?
I think you might have mentioned something about that. I think I remember it.
Well, I mentioned it just now, so here we are.
There we go.
Yeah, I didn't like this match very much.
No, it wasn't very good. But then again, even Michiko, Andres, Cassandra, I've never been high on her. She's just never struck out to me as somebody that was like a big time player. She came off more of a lower mid-carder. And I think this match kind of exposed a lot of that.
Well,
Takase tried, but Takase can only get so much out of somebody that doesn't have a whole lot to give out.
It's funny you mention all that, because Miyagi has the size, has the look, seems to have some charisma there that just needs to be brought out. But there does come a time when you finally go, you look at the calendar, you go, fuck, they've been around how long? Yeah, they're probably not getting better. And
yeah, because the problem with her isn't her look, it isn't her charisma, it's her in ring. It's like she's great, and then the bell rings.
Right, the bell rings, and all she does is sell in every single match she's ever in, or she just does this weird waddle around the ring, really slow. Reminds me a lot of Evil, actually, when he's in singles matches.
Oh God, let's not bring up and not to invoke the word of evil.
No, look, evil match is now a thing, and this felt like Miyagi was doing an evil match, to put a verb on it. So yeah, Takase retains.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Sendai has a lot to do with it, so. Or being trained by Sendai, by Mako and Sendai, and you see it with the other ones that aren't Chihiro or Dash.
Yeah, we were talking about that, and when you put all the pieces together, you're like, man, I got some theories about that Sendai Girls Training Academy.
It seems to produce 2 good wrestlers so far.
In 12 years? Yeah, it's not very good. Suzu defended the title against Inaba from JTO on November 24th. I liked it. It was simple, fun. For two girls with like 1 year experience, a combined of two, this was quite good.
I don't remember if it was a title match. I don't remember it being, but I do remember it being like a showcase match at the Kurikan show.
Well, either way, Suzu retained if it was.
Oh yeah, but it was good. This Inaba chick, this is like the second match I've seen of her. I remember the first match I watched. I saw a lot of people talking about her, and it's like, she's it was her and Micah. I was like, oh, she's pretty good. A lot of kicks, a lot of stiff kicks, and this match, she's definitely better than the last time I saw her.
Yeah, vastly improved. Kind of speaks volumes to Taka Michinoku's little school there that he does. Micah came from there, so, he's a proponent of Micah style. I can feel it.
Inaba, future stardom prospect.
Inaba, yeah. Ice Ribbon Slash, Actress Girls, combined pay-per-view, November 16th. We're just going to I'm just going to ask you questions if I kind of have something to fill in before we get to our two title matches here. I might chime in, might not. Mai Sakurai and Maya Yukihi defeat Miku Ano and Nao Ishikawa. So, two big stars, the Maya and Miku on opposite sides, teaming with kind of rookies from the other promotion. 9 minutes, 22 seconds.
Miku Ano is good. I like Miku Ano. I like Miku Ano. She's definitely the one that they're grooming to be the next ace. You can sort of see it, right? Nao Ishikawa, this was her return match. It's also Miku Aino's return match, both from injury.
Yeah, good for them.
So it was very big, very emotional for Nao, especially because she had to have surgery or something.
Mm-hmm. All right. This match was a lot of fun. A 6-on-2 elimination handicap match. It's Tsukasa Fujimoto and the Ham teaming up to take on a bunch of rookies.
A bunch of rookies.
Ayumi Hayashi, Momotani, Rina Amikura, Yappy, Yoshiko Hasegawa, and Yuki Mashiro, the Gotcha Belt champion.
The comedy dynamo herself.
So this was hilarious because it was sort of like 5-on-2, because anytime Yuki got involved, she was immediately like beat and shoved to the side until she was the last one remaining.
It was great. It was great. Just Takase especially, would just like, she'd come up, not Takase, Tsukasa, and Tsukasa would just kick her away or shove her away. It was Tsukasa that was always doing it. It was hilarious.
So the eliminations went as followed. Momotani over. Tsukasa Fujimoto pins Yoshiko Hasegawa. The Ham pins Yappy. Devastating. Devastating news when I saw that. The Ham then went over the top rope after that. So at that point, it is Tsukasa versus 3 rookies. Tsukasa first pins Ayumi. Then 2 minutes later, she pins Rina Amikura, and we're down to Tsukasa versus Yuki. Rivalry of the century building here. Only Yuki Mashiro has been able to have a home crowd boo Tsukasa Fujimoto, and this was no different. People claim, Kay, that it was kind of 6-on-1 at times, or 8-on-1 with all the rookies and ganging up on Fujimoto. I saw none of this. My eyes saw none of this. I only saw Yuki Mashiro throwing Tsukasa Fujimoto over the top rope. And I saw all these rookies trying to break Tsukasa's fall. That's what I saw. There were very false claims that the rookies assisted in Fujimoto going over the top rope. Yuki Mashiro...
I did not see this either. All I saw was Yuki Mashiro doing a very, very good job in winning this match.
Yeah, she overcame the vast odds against her, going up against the Booker woman. She was not about to let the Booker book herself over in this match. Yuki overcomes all odds and wins. So there we go. Good stuff. Great stuff. Great reaction from the crowd too, which is really funny.
Definitely. Also, this counts as her first win in her career, and her first win is against Tsukasa Fujimoto.
Look, man, when you are a prodigy as Yuki, when you get your first big win, it's called picking your moments. She picked a good one.
It's just great because Yappy told on one of her Twitch streams, she's like, they were trying to ask, like, I guess now her other rookie mate was asking if it counts as a legit first win, and the president of Ice Ribbon's like, yes, Tsukasa was like, yes. So her first ever win is against fucking Tsukasa. Like, who does that? It's amazing.
Pure prodigies of wrestling. Okay, the Miyagi team, Michiko and Mochi, team up and beat Misa Matsui and Risa Sera 6 minutes.
Misa Matsui's great. That's all I gotta say. She's very good.
Then there was a 42.5 minute elimination gauntlet match. Team Actress Girls versus Team Ice Ribbon. The teams are Hiragi Kurumi, Ibuki Hoshi, Matsuyo Uno, Totoro, and the newly named Tsukushi Haruka. So she now has a surname. Good for her. They defeated the Actress Girls team of Ami Miura, Hikari Shimizu, Kekaru Sekiguchi, Mari, and Saki. The big moments here came with Hiragi kind of eliminating 2-3 people in a row. And then the comeback player for Actress Girls was, I believe it was Saki?
It was Saki.
Yeah, the veteran of Actress Girls. And then it basically came down to Tsukushi getting the win there for the team. Not totally unexpected, but, if this was, I don't know, any other promotion, perhaps Actress Girls in another time would have been like, no, well, this is going to go to a draw or a count out or a DQ or some bullshit. So
yeah, thankfully it didn't amount to that. Also, there was a lot of they gave a lot of time for certain wrestlers to be showcased, especially on Actress Girl side. So even in defeat, they had to show off Hikaru Shimizu a bit, and Mari got a big spot there, like a whole 15 minutes, I think, just dedicated to her and Kurumi. And I think Mari looked great in all of that. The crowd definitely reacted to her a lot.
Right. I think when you watch the show, you'll just think that this was a fun... Maybe it went on a little too long, but it definitely was a highlight of kind of the rosters of both people without showing off their champions. And speaking of champions, these last two matches were utterly awesome. Actress Girls title on the line, Miyuki Takase against Akane Fujita, 14 minutes, 6 seconds. There was a fan vote to see what would main event, correct?
Yes. So they asked on both the English and Japanese Ice Ribbon and Twitter accounts, as well as I think the Ice Ribbon Actress Girls Twitter account also did it, the Japanese one.
Right.
And the Ice Ribbon title match won over. So that ended up, they didn't know the results until the day of the show because it was when the poll ended.
Yeah. So, okay, before I give my thoughts, I want to know your thoughts over Takase defeating Akane Fujita.
They hit each other very hard. It's a Miyuki Takase match. And Akane Fujita, as we've seen earlier in the year with Maya, has been known lately, especially, to hit you very hard. There was like really raw slaps to the chest by Akane. That was just like, oh. And like Takase was just eating them. It was good. It was hard hitting. I think Miyuki Takase has had a very underrated year. I think people aren't talking about her enough. Jesus Christ, her title run's been great, and this is just another showcase of just that. I think we all expected Akane not to win this one. She was picked specifically because she was going to look strong in defeat, and she can look strong in defeat.
Oh, yeah.
This is what happened. She beat the
Akane
fuck out of
Akane
Takase.
Fujita has had a very, very good, strong kind of mid-carder year where she's put in just excellent challenges, and this one was no exception. I love the picture she posted online of just the damage that was done to her. The crowd was into it. I wonder what the rest of our Discord thinks after they saw this match, because beforehand it was the kind of Joshi Strong style match of the year was Takase against Sari. I think this match topped it.
Oh god, it's really hard, especially because Sari and Takase literally beat the fuck out of each other. Like that was almost shoot almost. Especially on Takase's end. But this one I think hit a lot harder because I think Sari didn't start off hitting very hard, whereas Akane from the gate opening just kept hitting and whopping Takase. And, I mean, it's just a Takase match, right? You go into their matches and you're gonna beat each other up. It's gonna be more of a fight than it is a match. And I like that. Takase is a fighting champion.
Yeah, the more I watch of Takase, the more I just can't get out of my head watching her that she has the kind of in-ring kind of wacky, kooky charisma of Kenny Omega, and then has a lot of style similarities to Ishii. So
I think most of her offense comes straight from Ishii,
Well,
even her
that's what I'm
finisher.
That's what I'm saying. She's got a jackhammer. She's got brainbusters. A lot of stiff play, headbutts to the shoulders kind of deal. Very similar. And then she has all the wacky like facial expressions. She's hopping around the ring. She gets hit in the chest. She's stomping her feet. Showing that's shit Kenny Omega would do, right? Just be super overly not comical, but animated. Way I put it.
Right. She does the whole kamikaze baby thing in the corner.
Yeah, exactly. she calls it that, but it's the you can't escape. It's just so many similarities between them, so maybe that's why I gravitate to her. Yeah, this match was awesome. It's a high recommendation for me. Infinity title match. Suzu Suzuki defeats Tei Honma 17-24. We're about to talk from the Stardom show, the Konami Julia white belt match. If you haven't seen this match, then do it, because that'll put a lot bigger perspective, I feel, on the Julia Konami match. Because Tei Honma Tamike is the best mat technical-based wrestler in women's wrestling right now.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. I think it's not even a contest. I think she's shown, I think in the past 2 years, that she can not only have a pure mat technical match, but she can also do, unlike Konami, have a normal match where she integrates that seamlessly into the match. Whereas we see with Konami, she cannot do that. Her matches have to be a technical match, otherwise they're nothing at all.
Right, they're very one note. While Tei Honma, and this isn't the first time, but Suzu being, well, very young in the wrestling world, she was able to match Suzu's style and then attack it through her various technical off. At time, I thought I was watching kind of Zack Sabre Jr. S-type stuff, just trying to wrap legs up and not let Suzu escape. And then if she would escape, she'd immediately go after the leg so she can get in that arm one, so she would stop running away kind of situation. This match just was super fun. I was into it the whole time. The crowd was into it, because Honma knows how to work a crowd.
Unlike Konami, that's the big comparison, right? I don't want to talk too much about Konami, but Tei Honma is very, very good. I've been singing her praises now for at least over a year, right? Since I've been watching Actress Girls. There's a reason why one of the matches I recommend for people getting into Actress Girls is her versus Sayoriano, because she does so well in that match and they play so well off of each other, much like in this match, right? Suzu was coming from behind for most of it, right? Because Tei Honma kept trying to get things in, kept trying to grab her leg, grab her arm. A lot of it was Suzu trying to fight back out of it all. And Suzu does very good coming from behind.
Yes.
I think she's she's the opposite of Maya. Maya's good on top, where she's beating the crap out of you and kind of dominating the match. And Suzu's the flip side of that, where she's really good at being the underdog and coming from behind and making the fiery comebacks and the desperation pulls the last second, where she like has that last like 2-3 minutes of just adrenaline shot where she just hits you with a bunch of moves and pins you. It's great. And then her facial expressions and how she animates definitely plays into that. Like this match, she stopped selling, I think it was like the arm or the leg. Yeah, stopped selling the leg for a bit there towards like the last 3 minutes, but it came off like she was full of adrenaline, so she didn't feel the leg. And
Yeah,
so she
very
was
common
pulling,
wrestling, yeah.
She was pulling from like, and she was pulling everything. She was like, kept hitting her with moves and kept like not giving her room to breathe, and then pinned her. It was like a desperation pull. And then after the match, she collapses and feels her leg again. Right. It's Suzu's having a very good title run so far.
Very strong. And I give a lot of props to Tei Honma here. All right, so then just kind of rapid fire here. 1082 was kind of the Risa Sera birthday bash. She was in a main event in a death match, because of course, and it was against Suzu, in which, long story short, a snowboard made an appearance. And I just cracked up watching this, because it was just so wacky. There was a scary German suplex onto a ladder that Suzu took that scared me, but the snowboard spots were really funny. So Suzu's in a corner. There's a ladder on the mid turnbuckle, and she tries to snowboard down the ladder, and the idea is to kind of go through the mat and run into Suzu, but of course the snowboard just stops once it hits the mat, and
Right.
Sarah just kind of looks. She takes a step off, and then bows. You know, her total sense of humor, really funny. She's like, "I'm gonna do it one more time," and Suzu's like, "All right, I guess." It fails again. And Suzu tries
Bows
to do,
again.
yeah. Later, Suzu tries to do a like run the ropes and then land on the snowboard to clothesline her or spear or something. No, same deal.
And she bows and apologizes.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. It's great.
It's such a wacky match. These two deathmatch lovers. Risa Sera pins Suzu. No shock. Deathmatch is her specialty, not Suzu's. Not yet, anyways. So that kind of,
One of these days.
I don't know if that was for fun, but maybe it could set up one more like title run for Risa Sera or something. She does have a right to challenge if she so
Sure.
pleases.
Sure, I think the Fantastic belt is going to be her focus until she retires. I don't see her winning the belt one
Yes,
more
of
time.
course. 1083 was a fun show, highlighted on the main event with a trios match. Saori Ano pins Tsukasa Fujimoto after just a rampage of moves by all three people against Tsukasa. Saori hits her little
The finisher.
the over the top with a bridge pin deal. And Saori Ano challenges for the title at Ribbon Mania. Okay, you must be quite pleased with this announcement.
I think I popped twice for this pre-art. I popped when I watched it, and then I popped when I rewatched it with everyone in the Discord. This is obviously great because I'm big fan of Saori Ano. After she pinned Tsukasa, which mind you, this means Tsukasa's done the job 4 times this year. Think about that. Her beating Tsukasa is not a small feat. Doing that's a pretty big deal in Ice Ribbon, especially because she's not signed to Ice Ribbon. She's just a regular, which makes it even bigger deal. So going into the Ribbon Mania match, I don't know who's going to win. Unlike the end of year thing for Stardom, where it's a very much given almost who's going to win, I don't know if Suzu comes out with the championship. I can very well believe Saori Ano coming out and being sort of the outsider that they need to try to get the belt back from. It'd be the first time that they've done that, and Saori Ano would be perfect for that role.
It's possible. I won't totally block it out of my head. It just kind of, what weirded me out about it is they've already announced and set up the title match against Mochi Miyagi for Suzu. So announcing this kind of disappoints me in just the kayfabe sense of, well, I mean, you already set up that match. Can I, in my head, think that Mochi against Saori Ano is a Ribbon Mania match? Well, the answer would be clear. Because the 1084 Skip City show happened. They finally were able to get a live stream of Skip to work, so this is good news going forward.
Yes.
3 matches to talk about here. Just Maya defeats Uno in a good kicky match. I quite liked it.
It's a very good kicky submission match on Uno. Uno looked very impressive in this match.
Yes. Yuki Mashiro on, was it a Peace Party or one of the shows we just talked about where Yuki wins another match over the top rope rule, and that's where she challenges Risa Sera for the title?
That was the Actress Girls match. After she beat her, the very next Peace Party, she challenges Risa. She doesn't beat Risa, but it's after like a tag match that her side wins, and I think she throws Risa Sera over the top rope.
That's right. Okay,
match.
yeah, and she challenges her to an over the top rope match. Well, here we are, and I'm convinced Risa Sera cheated to win this by all accounts. Or at the very least, if there were pinfalls, Yuki would have won this match. She finally hit her top rope promo crossbody. A devastating maneuver. It really takes the wind out of you. Sarah was unable to count to break the 3 count if it existed. Unfortunately, the ref, I think, was in Risa Sera's pocket here. Decided to not count the pin despite this totally random, over the top rule match, and Sarah even cheated, getting Rina Yamashita involved. So outside interference on top of this, Yuki got screwed. Okay.
Yes, it's like Montreal. It's a Skip City screw job.
I don't want to hear about Montreal, but Skip City screw job, absolutely. I will agree with that.
But listen, Yuki Mashiro is fantastic.
She's got 2 gotcha belts now.
She has 2. A third if you count the one that's still beat up somewhere and probably her locker in the
I
back.
think she calls one the Osaka gotcha belt.
Yes, that is the one she gave to Rina Yamashita because she is from Osaka.
There you go.
Yuki Mashiro is fantastic. They definitely have somebody there, like a big star there. You could tell that they notice that and see that when they're making her rub shoulders with Tsukasa and Risa Sera. There's no coincidence there, especially because I think her and Risa Sera are very similar in their comedy. And I'm pretty sure Tsukasa sees that, so it's only natural for those two to face each other. And you saw it in this match. The comedy played super well off of each other. Risa Sera being like, "You idiot," kept bonking her on the head when she did stupid stuff. It was good. Yuki Mashiro is my Rookie of the Year. I will hear no other answers.
Well, I mean, for Rookie of the Year, it's Sexy Boy Kento. So get out of here with that.
I will hear no other answers.
Triangle title match to main event. You informed me that Tsukasa booked this match because Booker Woman has lost a lot lately, despite her booking efforts. So she booked herself into her specialty match, and she still did not win. That's right. But Ram Kaicho, the Triangle Champion, pins Mochi Miyagi, of all people.
I believe how this match was set up was Ram was asking for challengers, and Mochi challenged. And then Akane challenged, but then Tsukasa reminded Akane that she had just challenged and lost prior in the last challenge.
Right.
And thus, Risa Sera was like, but I will step up and be that third person. Then her promo thing, I think she had said was, I've been losing a lot lately. She's lost 4 matches all year. It's not really a lot, but for Tsukasa, I guess it is.
It's a lot. That's a lot for one of the top women's wrestlers in the world.
Right. She's like, I've been losing a lot lately.
Look, man, that's almost one hand worth of losses that she's been pinned.
I won't say any spoiler stuff, but you can notice she's missing something as well when she enters this match. So she's like, I've been losing a lot lately, but you see, triple threats are my specialty, and I invented this belt. Therefore, I have the odds-on favorite, so I have got to win this one.
Yeah, I liked the match. It was quick-paced. I liked all 3 wrestlers really trying to go for quick roll-ups and pins, so the third person involved won't be able to break up the pin. The finish was real wacky. Ram didn't really get Mochi into the best of crucifix roll-ups. Mochi kind of had to pin herself on top of her head that way. So bummer end of the match. It was super fun though. Tsukasa was a star. Of course she is. I don't know if you've heard of her, Kay. But
I hear she's better than your favorite wrestler.
I've heard the rumblings. Well, okay. Yeah, that does it for Ice Ribbon.
Yeah. I did want to briefly mention something about that Mochi challenge. I don't know if she's going to get that challenge. It seems to have been scrapped because it was supposed to happen at 1084. And it did not happen. Yeah, so I'm wondering if maybe the idea, because they haven't even talked about it or mentioned it since then. I'm wondering if because there's that year-end thing coming up, the awards, they kind of want to focus on that with Suzu and that she might get her challenge after Ribbon Mania.
It's funny you mentioned that because that's not this isn't the only promotion that's pushing for one of their champions to make a last month effort. Noah with Go Shiozaki, they're really trying to push him, especially New Japan in this down year. Noah's really trying to get Go into the conversation there, which I mean you could argue they have a case with him.
Sure. Yoshiko also. Seedling has been pushing Yoshiko hard enough.
It's not happening.
No, it's not happening, but Seedling is definitely trying to angle it, and then of course Stardom's got the unfair advantage with 3 wrestlers in there, one of which I'd argue probably shouldn't be in there. But that's
Utami,
a different
Julia,
discussion.
and Mayu?
Yes, and I think Utami shouldn't be in there because she's only had this back half of the year, not the whole year.
It doesn't matter. She won 5-star and now won the red belt. Well, you need some time.
Sure. Sure, but I feel
Anyways.
like amongst the other people, you could have taken her out and had just 2 Stardom representatives instead of 3.
Anyways, let's get a move on here.
Yes.
Stardom. Stardom.
Yes.
Stardom.
Stardom. The promotion's in dire straits.
Dire Straits. November 14th, Cork and Hall. Let's speed this up a little bit. Queen's Quest. Saya and Utami defeat Queen's Quest.
Momo and Azumi.
Momoaz. 23 minutes. Didn't feel that way at all. Really.
It was a good match. I definitely didn't like the result.
Yes,
thought that
I
they
didn't
could've-
either, Kay. I'm glad you brought that up. Momo did not get pinned.
I listen here. That's not what I meant, god damn it.
That's not what you meant? Oh, I thought that's what you were driving at.
I felt, especially given results that we get to later, I thought it would have made more sense to have the tag belts on Momo and Azumi, especially after they've made this big coronation of them winning the tag league. Now, granted, tag league doesn't really mean anything. Typically, the tag league winners don't really win the tournament. I mean, don't win the titles usually. But they brought these fancy rings out. They're selling the rings. I thought they made a big song and dance about it this year, more so than past years. So I felt that would have made a much more made much more sense. I guess Rossi didn't feel that way.
Or maybe Azumi and Momo just weren't good enough to defeat the flippy chick and the powerhouse. Maybe you didn't think of that, did you?
Listen to your salty Kiona fan.
No, I'm over
That's
that.
not how
We
that-
went over this. That train already skipped my stop. I'm out. I missed it.
Wait, are you're no longer a fan of Kiona?
Nope, she's done. She's done in my heart.
Oh, okay. Well, when we get to the Momo stuff, if you pose me that Momo question, I'll go ahead and throw something in on that
Okay,
too.
All right. So yeah, Momo and Azumi, bummer, they lose. I'm really high on Azumi, but she's in that like junior division that they're making the high speed title into. So I have a feeling they're gonna treat the high speed participants as well how New Japan would treat their juniors, which is less than.
Probably not wrong. And I think Natsumi is going to be taking the belt off of Azumi anyways.
Yes, that'll be a very good
even
match.
more-
I'm very excited for that.
That's great. I'm excited for Natsumi to do that if it does happen. But it'd be a bummer for Azumi because then she's going to be stuck in no man's land again.
That's what sucks. Kind of don't blame Riho and just kind of chilling, and if that's the case.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah. All right, Sendai show. Didn't draw as much as, one would think, but still a decent, a decent showing for a place that is, well, it's like the Pittsburgh of of Japan, where the fans just aren't there, it seems. So I can kind of see where Stardom's wanting to expand outside of the Tokyo, the general Tokyo area, and want to get to areas to make new fans. And this is a risk I think is worth exploring.
Yeah, it kind of was, especially if you put on a big show that might attract more fans next time you come there.
Yes,
Because word
absolutely.
spreads. So
Absolutely, and I thought this Sendai show was pretty damn good outside of one match.
yeah, it was pretty solid outside of the one match that I believe we both are pretty low on.
Yeah, but I was a big fan of this future title match. Micah Style, big fan of Micah Style. I don't know if you've heard. She defeated Saya Scott Steiner Ida of Stardom over here. This chick is jacked, baby.
The faces she was making, like Jesus, Ida looked like crazy, almost cartoonishly crazy. It was some of
Yeah.
those faces she was making.
Yeah, we skipped
It was-
over
it
the
was quite
Lady
funny.
C debut against Ida, and to have like a 5'10" girl take on Saya Steiner Stardom here. It was pretty cool. And she even put in a camel clutch at one point. I was like, aha!
Steiner recliner over here. I think Lady C's going to Queen's Quest. She has the attitude. They're kind of pushing her with the Queen's Quest girls. She's definitely going to Queen's Quest.
Yeah, Micah absolutely looks like a future star in the making. I'm a huge fan of just her general style, in which when I'm watching her, it's almost like I got the same feeling as Takase. Takase has a lot more charisma, just outgoing type charisma, while Micah kind of has the she has a better stoic personality than one Utami. Is a good comparison I'll make.
I was just about to say that. I think when I saw Micah come out those curtains, she had a smirk on. She's got this swagger to her, and it's really funny because when you look at her, and she's a power wrestler, and Utami's a power wrestler. They've been compared since I guess Utami and then Micah both debuted, and in terms of trajectory, Micah's much more exciting to watch wrestle as a power wrestler. She's got much more personality. Comes off as a bigger star than the person that they just pushed as a star, and to me that's not a good sign, and I hope things change for that.
Well, what Micah has that draws me in that Utami doesn't have is the way Micah uses her big spots, and this isn't something she's just come into. It's been developing in 2020 since the restart, where just take her delayed vertical suplex on the turnbuckle. She seems to be doing it in every match now, but it's always at the end of a match after she's beaten down her opponents, and it always leads to that nice little crowd pop, and then it goes into her finishing sequence. I think she just knows what is working for her into the crowd, and I think that's just something Utami just hasn't brought to the table. Can she do it? Remains to be seen. She's got big shoes to fill and a lot of expectations to meet. But I think that's where Micah has this advantage. She's in the undercard. She has the future title. She can work on a lot of this. And if we can directly compare to Utami when she was in the future run, she didn't really have these rookies that she was always up against, trying and seemingly, because she was thrust so hard with the rocket right away, not necessarily a bad thing, especially in Stardom's case over the past couple of years, this is just, I think, developing Micah much better in the long term, rather than how the Utami route had gone when she first debuted, got to the 5-star finals right away, won title after title after title, and here we are. Spoiler, she wins the red belt.
I think the sort of problem with Utami is she feels like she's stagnated. Like last year stagnated. Like she hasn't progressed much since last year, both in-ring and personality-wise. I went back and watched some of her big matches from last year, and she's not changed at all. And that feels like that's why I feel like I'm so down on her, is I don't get, like, she's got the rocket, and at first she was super good, right? That rocket was like justified because she was so good and with such little experience. It was kind of crazy. But it feels like since then she's just sort of coasted and not improved in the slightest. Her moveset's more or less the same. Her sort of in-ring demeanor is the same. Her promos are the same. She's boring. I think that's how I view her, because she's so stagnated that at one point I was excited to see her. I'm almost bored and not entirely excited. I'm hoping that she changes that, because I don't want to be down on her like that, because I see the potential, much like Rossi saw it. But Jesus Christ, she needs to do something. She needs to go forward more. She needs to stop spinning her tires.
Well, the one advantage she has, because I was thinking about this in my head, is Micah Ozaki in Stardom. Very similar power wrestlers, kind of the similar move sets. The spinning crucifix, or the spinning torture rack bomb, torture racks. The difference is Utami has a much better wardrobe taste, and she looks like a star. The appearance-wise, get that phone off. While Micah desperately needs, a new coat of paint. I don't think we're at that level yet with Utami. So the in-ring, no. I think, is solid enough. You know what? Let's just skip to the main event, and then we can talk about the rest of the show. Mayu Iwatani, we're already here. Mayu loses the world title to Utami in a 24-minute, 44-second match. Now, I really like this match.
I did too. I liked it as well.
I thought it lived up to a good Sendai main event. It had a big match feel. I thought 85 to 90% of the match was Mayu becoming next level Yuka over here type stuff. The tombstone on the apron scared the piss out of me, that's for sure.
her getting the sort of I forget the name of that move where she's at the side back suplex thing that Risa Sera does too. Utami doing that on the apron freaked me out. I was like, oh my god, she's gonna kill Mayu.
Oh man, yeah. It's not like, thank God there wasn't like a T-bone suplex in which Nakajima's head from the Noah match we talked at the top of the show clipped the apron and landed to the floor. That scared the shit out of me. They didn't do anything crazy like that.
No.
Mayu didn't slip on the ropes at all. Mayu's selling in this. You know, we spoke about Yuka and her controlled breathing. Mayu went the complete opposite. Anytime Utami hit a power move, she was just gasping for air and coughing and blah, blah. It was very good stuff. This is the complete opposite of what Yuka went through. I thought the comparison there was pretty funny.
And for the match where Mayu sold most of the match, and this comparing to the white belt match as well, it didn't feel like it. It didn't feel like it was a one-sided affair, even though it kind of was, because you would have Mayu power up and do some big moves that felt like she got back that ground she lost. So it never felt like it was a one-sided beatdown. I think Utami came off very much good in this match, but I don't know how much of that is being in the ring with somebody like Mayu and sort of helping elevate her to that. It'd be very interesting to see how she does against her challenger next, being Momo. I'm very interested.
Yeah, I really like the post-match angle where Julia, since she retained the white belt as right decision, and then Shuri
Correct.
won the SWA title against Bea Priestley. We'll get to that match. Julia and Shuri come out, and they're kind of I do like this angle quite a lot. They both come out and like, hey, we got titles. How about a double title match, huh? You know, persuasion, a little bit of bribery over here. Title versus title. Which one looks better, Utami? Come on. And then Momo storms out, bitch, I want this title. And Utami goes, well, you know, I haven't faced her, or I haven't beat her at least. We're 1-1, and we got a rubber match to do here kind of situation. I choose Mayu. Like, okay. Goes for a handshake, Mayu, or not Mayu. Momo throws her hands up. I don't think so. We're enemies now.
So that post-match thing was very good, like you said, and I like the shot of Momo's dead, serious murder face. Like, I don't care about anything. I just want this belt. I liked that. Should say something that out of the people that came out, Utami didn't come off as well as, like, Julia and Shuri came out and they were joking, and I thought Julia came off very well in that promo. Shuri naturally came off, and even Momo came off very well. And Utami kind of just felt like she was there for some of it.
She's out of her element, which is something I'm shocked Julia has. I'm not that shocked Julia has molded into her role and her expectations quite well. We'll see if Utami can raise to that equation, because she is a little more shy along those ends. I think that kind of plays into her popularity and more, I guess, being relatable to an audience, especially in Japan. I think we're underestimating how popular she is in Japan.
Oh no, she's popular, and I think a lot of it's the cool beauty thing, you know, the kind of silent pro tag that talks a little bit sort of thing. That's what she's going for. I get that's what she's going for. It's just so boring. There's wrestlers that do that do have that sort of deadpan sort of like thing, but they also kind of have a little more going for them that Utami doesn't, and that makes it more interesting. So I'm hoping, much like with Julia. Remember, I was pretty down on Julia at the beginning, and she's turned that around.
Yeah, we all were.
I'm hoping Utami can do the same. I don't think I'm as low on Utami as I was Julia at the beginning, but I think a little bit of that was just how she got into stardom and how she got that rocket and all that, how that went down. Well, I won't say I'm not concerned a little bit for Utami. Again, she's been stagnant for like a year. So I'm hoping that this sort of thrust into the top makes her do something to sort of get something going for her. Add something to your moveset. Show a little more personality, a little more fire at least. Do something.
I do like the word fire there. I would like to see something along the way as we're building up to this Utami Momo match where Utami does show a little fire, at least on the stick. Maybe beats the shit out of Momo post-match. Like, I don't think so, you're not getting one on me kind of situation. Some sort of fire to her personality, I think is
right. And
just from my perspective, desperately needed to take her over the edge. Now, I will pose this question. I'll pose 2 questions to you.
Okay.
Okay, and then we'll get to the rest of the show kind of in rapid fashion.
Yes.
Question 1. Utami facing Momo first, is that a good decision? And assuming they're in this for the long haul with Utami, do you see her defeating people that they peg lower than Utami, or people like a B. Priestley, whom they view high, that can kind of help carry and help Utami in this main event role with the people that have been there before?
I think they're going to do much of the sort of the thing that they did with Arisa. I think they're going to peg her in the beginning with people who could elevate her. So Mayu, and we know Momo can because she's shown up to her white belt run. I can see B. Priestley being next. I could see Tam being after that too. People that they know can elevate the matches. Where she goes from there might be like your people down next. People she might actually have to work with. Your Julia's, Konami's. And that's where we're going to see if she's got any better progression-wise. It's a Stardom formula. It's sort of the formula that they have when they do title runs, minus Momo's white belt run, where she kind of just had Kagetsu and Kiona, then kind of went to a Gaijin match in Saki.
Right.
So, because they didn't have a lot of people at that point, but now they have.
I think it's a good formula that they got. I think that's the way it more or less should be. We're seeing similar things in Dragon Gate. Actually,
as for Momo being the first defense, I think it's playing into a longer story that I'm starting to see pieces come together for within Queen's Quest. Just small things, and that's usually how Stardom tells their stories. So I'm noticing some of the smaller things within Queen's Quest that make me feel like there's going to be some level of a split, or maybe Momo herself is just going to splinter off from Queen's Quest.
Interesting.
And I think that's when we're going to finally see the red belt run that I think Momo's going to get. I think once all that sort of gets to its climax, and it might be against Utami. They've done repeat matches before. Look at Mayu and Io and Kagetsu and Mayu and stuff like that.
So the second question I want to pose, and we've spoken about ad nauseum, at least our opinions over the detriment of Kiona. Okay. How many big time? Yes. How many big time matches does it take before you start to lose hope? How many times do you lose everything before you just stop believing in them? Where this comes into the Momo situation is, I believe this is her 4th attempt at the red belt, and
it is her 4th. Yes,
it is her 4th attempt. Let's assume she loses for the sake of conversation here. Okay, I'm more pegging that she is going to lose.
I'm in agreement. It's the first defense. I don't see them doing as much as I have to quell my inner fan to want Momo to win. I have to at least be somewhat realistic on the prospects of it.
It would be quite the move, though.
I listen. I tears of joy.
I don't think that would be a good decision if you're trying to make the next kind of superstar of your promotion, because that is clearly the goal here, at least what I'm seeing. But okay. So this is Momo's 4th attempt.
Yes.
I will bring up the Dragon Gate argument of, we've seen in Dragon Gate guys go 9 tries before winning the big title. That is part of its history, okay? This is the BB Hulk history. The BB Hulk. Okay?
Yeah.
Because we got the KZ rule, where he's like the stereotypical first defense, and he always loses, and he's gone through, I think, 4 or 5 tries at the top title. Okay? Do you think that if Momo loses here, they're getting to a dangerous point where maybe perhaps Stardom just doesn't see her as the world champion?
So let me
and do
bring
you
down some
agree
stats for
with
you.
that kind of sentiment possibility?
Not at the moment. So Momo and Mayu have a very similar-ish trajectory in this regard. So Mayu was in 6 years, right, and had 5 attempts within those 6 years before she won her 5th attempt. Momo is just entering her 6th year, and this is her 4th attempt.
Mm-hmm.
Momo debuted in 2014. She is 20 at this point. SLK 2015. She is 19. They're 1 year apart in age. So I think when SLK's push starts coming, that wave of push comes, I think we'll start seeing Momo's as well. I think they're waiting a little on Momo, right? Momo and Utami are only 2 years apart, right? They're only 2 years apart. I'm bringing up age for a specific reason, right? I think because when Mayu started, she was 18.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't win until she was 24, right? Well, a little bit older than that, I think. Do me math. No, she was 25 when she was like 24, 25 when she won the belt, right? That gives Momo at least one attempt in 5 years, right? One of the two. Stardom does not do repeat champions very often with the red belt.
I feel you're leaning towards an experience trajectory rather than age. In which case, I would agree with, because I don't agree with the age thing. If you're ready, you're ready.
Right. So I think I'm sort of doing a bit of a both, right? I think Momo's age plays into it because I think that gives her time. And I think you could wait because Momo already proved that she could do high-level matches with her white belt run. Rossi's proven he's high on her. They still have her labeled as the young ace. Keyword there, young ace.
I'm seeing True Heart on the banners.
But if you look at the website,
I don't give a shit about the website. I'm looking at Stardom World. What's in front of me? It says True Heart. It don't say no young ace.
Two things. Look at the website, and when they've sold Momo specific merchandise, they label as Stardom's True Heart, Stardom's young ace. We translate it. I've done this several times now. If you look at the website right now, it says Stardom's True Heart Stardom's young ace is the Stardom's True Heart.
This is weird. I must be going through double vision. It seemingly says, weird Micah style True Ace. It's very weird. I'm probably seeing things.
I think you might need to get some glasses or something.
I'm probably seeing things. My vision's off.
Yes. So, as for Kiona, why the Kiona comparison I think falls flat is Kiona has had more than just 4 attempts at any given belt. At her white and red belt matches, she's had at least 7 or 8 attempts. She's lost every single one of those. And that's why she's a big loser. And that's why you can't believe in her. Momo has only ever had 2 attempts at the white belt, and she won in the second one. This is her 4th attempt at the red belt, and she loses here. She still has 1 more attempt. She still feels like she's not down. Like she's not in the mid-card losing to Natsukatora. That's Kiona. Right? She's not Tam Nakano. She's not losing to Konami in a semi-main, right? She's not losing to people like that. She's not lost to Tam. Natsukatora cheated and choked her out to win a match, so that's seen as a dirty finish, so that doesn't count too much against her.
Right, they've done an amicable job protecting her, if we're using like a wrestling perspective on it.
Right, the only people that have pinned her have been former red belt champions. Mayu and B have been the only people to pin her outside of Micah, which was in the 5-star. Momo pinned her outside of the 5-star,
and that made Micah the lineal young ace, which is why it's on the website now.
Okay, listen. But as for the 5-star one, those don't even really those losses don't even count. Otherwise, you have to say, well, Saki beat Mayu because Saki beat so and so, and that's Natsu beat so and so, right? So 5-star victories tend to not weigh as much in the grander scheme. It's sort of just solidified within the tournament itself. It stays there. So she's technically beaten Micah when it mattered and lost to her in the 5-star. Momo's been pretty protected. Again, she's 20. She'll probably have 10 more years in her career, so there's time to give her that red belt when you want to. When I see the new era label put on Utami, it makes me feel like they're using sort of Utami to spearhead this new era, and I don't think Momo is not included in there. I think she's very much included in this new era spear tip. And they've been super high on Utami, so it makes sense why they would want her to spearhead it over Momo, right? Over, some of the people within that, like over Nazumi or a Starlight Kid, or some of these people that are going to be in that, quote, new era, right? You were seeing the Mayus and the Tams and the Kionas start taking a bit of a back seat. They're going to start kind of folding back down the card. Hey, also, speaking
of
Mayu,
Kiona was ever at the top in the first place, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Right. Well, as for Mayu, when 2018 came around, right, when she came back from injury, didn't even really get the red belt back, she was in a similar spot as Momo is now. She lost to Kagetsu, she lost to Momo, both in title matches that year, and was sort of more or less in the upper mid card, mixing it up with tags and artist belt runs. Where's Momo at? Same spot. There's a trajectory with her and Mayu, and that's why I think you don't rule her out yet. She's got the age.
I agree. Where I start to question these things more so, and just from my own perspective, is, like I said, I don't think she's winning this time, which would be number 4. Number 5 is where I start going, all right, is it time? And how do I feel in that moment? Because with KZ in Dragon Gate, as just to continue the example there, I still feel like he's going to get his shot. And that's what we currently feel with Momo. She's going to get the red title at some point or another. Hopefully they pull the trigger and they don't wait too long. Time will tell whether we get to that marker or not. Hopefully we won't even have to question it. But it is something I was thinking about in the moment, seeing Momo as the first challenger yet again.
Right. Well, Stardom also has a history of not building somebody up throughout the year at the challenge. They just kind of heat them up and then have them win. As well as title changes tend not to be ceremoniously done in Stardom. Makes any sense? There's not a big to do about it. I think Utami's kind of like maybe the first one. She's the first 5-star winner to legitimately win it. Tony kind of only got it because Mayu got hurt.
Maybe that's a detriment to making a larger than life star. Maybe
you're not wrong.
Maybe Utami and Momo are gonna have. Maybe the idea is to make a rivalry between the two, just like Mayu and Io Shirai.
That's exactly what I think they're going to do. Momo is going to be Mayu. That's the position that they think they put her in.
Which is kind of strange, considering Momo has more experience than Utami, but...
Right, and she's also got more Io connections than Mayu connections.
Yeah, little flip-flop.
That's why I'm seeing the sort of the rift in Queen's Quest coming. That's I'm starting to see the pieces to that. It's going to feel very much, I think, like the Thunder Rock rift, I think. And I think when that moment happens, I'm more interested to see if Azumi goes with Momo or if Azumi stays in just Queen's Quest.
It'll be quite interesting. I'm curious to what they do with Mayu here. My prediction cap is on that Mayu is going to take the white belt off of Julia, and that'll rocket Julia into the main event more on a permanent basis. And then you'll probably get the Utami Julia matchup at a big show. See where I'm going with that?
I can see them doing that, but I also can see
just
them...
something that I was kind of thinking about. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but anyways, we got to move along here after that conversation. So Julia Konami sucked. Went 20 minutes 43 seconds. I'm done. So done with semi-main event Konami. I am over it. And this was
She's
even
bad.
harder to watch coming off of that Suzu Teihonma match.
Konami is a bad wrestler, and I don't mean that
I wouldn't go that far.
No. Let me clarify. I don't mean that in the fact that she's bad from an in-ring standpoint, right? Her fundamentals are good. She doesn't botch, right? She's bad in the fact that she doesn't adapt. She is the same Konami in every match, the same sort of shtick in every match, and like you said, compared to Teihonma, who's also a submission wrestler, who also works on the arm. However, unlike Teihonma, Konami doesn't do anything but the submission wrestling, whereas Teihonma integrates that throughout her offense along with other moves to mix it up.
Right, there seems to be a rhyme and reason to what she's doing, while, take this match for example, just felt like they were rolling on the mat and going through motions.
That's the whole thing it was. I think compared to so this was like 80% Konami in control, and it felt like it.
It sure
Whereas
did,
the Utami match, like I said, the Utami Mayu match, Utami was more in control of that match, but it didn't feel like that. That's the big comparison there. Neither of them came out of this match looking good at all. I think this is probably Julia's worst performance to date in a big match. I did not like any part of this.
I don't think it's necessarily entirely her fault, but definitely the structure didn't do her any favors.
No, that's what I mean. Like, this is her worst performance, but I don't peg the entire thing on her. But she definitely doesn't come out of this looking good because she sold most of the match and did very little. So she the whole match stinks.
I think her
And as a
arm
result,
selling was
the
quite
stink is on
goofy
her.
and over the top.
It was, but honestly, I think at a certain point, like Konami sucks. She's just not fun to watch. If I know she has a big sort of vocal Western fan base, but I feel like most of them should just take a step back and be realistic with themselves. Konami's never going to win the white belt, and this is why. Stuff like this is why she is on the Kiona level. She's the one who can make more of the Kiona discussion because they don't see her there. You can make an argument that they see Momo there, but you can't with Konami. They don't see her there. Her being in the semifinals-
this match was definitely threw me over the edge with her, where it was kind of a make or break with me. And coming out of this, I'm just like, yeah, I really like Konami's tag matches with how she can mold with another person in the ring. Like, I really liked the TCS team of Jungle and Konami. I really liked that tag team. And I thought that had a lot more
wrestler.
I thought that had a lot more legs to it. But in the end, you know, they turned Konami heel in a, bad match. She now wears black, and she's still the exact same person. Same.
Oh, but she used
now
the
with
chair.
less character.
She used the chair on Julia's arm. She did the one thing I said she should do, and that's, you know, use weapons, be a freaking heel, use weapons on the arm instead of just doing the normal Konami shtick. It sucked, but at least she did that.
It came across as evil to me, but anyways.
She's Konami. If I never see a single semi-main title match Konami event ever again, I will be happy.
I don't need it.
It's not worth putting her there.
She can go for the tag titles. That's definitely where I prefer her to be. Hopefully not with Tora. I would. You know what? I would prefer Konami team with Rina and see what they can do together.
I prefer her
an
team
answer.
with B Priestley. I'd rather her team with B Priestley. They'll balance off each other pretty well.
I like B Priestley in a singles role.
I think they're gonna see her in a more of a tag
Raise
role. I don't
Rina.
think she's
That's what
going
I
to.
say. She is a
Raise
jerk.
Rina.
She is a jerk. She what was the phrase used?
Jerk style?
No. What's her?
No. Hina called her a turd.
That's right. Time for Konami to raise that turd.
Knowing
All
our
right.
luck, we'll get Saki and Konami as a team.
I'm sure JPQ would, no particular angle, wouldn't mind that too much. Starlight Kid wins a 5-way. Cosmic Angels, yes. Sayaka Unagi.
You skipped the part. Starlight Kid did a top rope moonsault finally.
She did. Cosmic Angels. Tam Nakano has her basically own faction now, and it's with former TJPW wrestlers of all, Mina Shirakawa and my girl, Unagi. Thirstbusters have returned, Kay. Do you feel it?
I'm kind of mad you didn't like the picture. I made a picture specifically for you, and I'm mad you didn't like it.
I saw the picture. It was fine. I liked it.
No, it's
dude.
It's
I was
funny.
I was so afraid Unagi just wasn't gonna wrestle again, and now here she is. She's teaming back with Mina Shirakawa in a higher wrestling focused promotion with much more competition. They're with Tam Nakano of all people, so it's just an absurd group. They beat the Oedo Tai team. I did watch this match off my better judgment because Natsuko Toro's in there. I have the no Natsuko Toro policy, but I'm glad I came through and made an exception this one time because Unagi was on the winning team. We're already farther in than where I was in TJPW.
So Tam's got her own little harem with her. She's got two wrestlers with big boobs that she keeps staring at the entire time. Tam's crazy. Something's wrong with that girl.
Tam is a crazy girl. And the crazy girl has her harem going, and this upsets Mayu, and they're jaw-jacking each other. I like this story.
I like it as well. It's the first time the Stars faction has done anything interesting.
We're going from there. Azumi defeats Death. Nice little death match, 3 minutes. Momo defeats Himika. Solid enough. Not much else to say there. Raised her up. Challenge for the title. Fair enough. And then my favorite match of the night was actually the SWA title match where Shuri kicked the shit out of B Priestley and B Priestley kicked the shit out of Shuri. Shuri screamed at her and won in 11 minutes. It was awesome. Such my thing.
It was very good. It was so good. I enjoyed this match. Also, B Shopai. B Ichiban Shopai.
That was funny. Shuri gets the mic and said B sucks, and I loved B's Pause. Me Shopai. No, you suck. I don't suck. I'm Ichiban. Ichiban Gaijin. Fuck you.
I love that too.
She hold her head and out of the way. She's freaking out. And Shuri just looks at her with her promo. Very good. I clapped. I was like, okay. It's only fair I saved that picture too after all the Momo sucks ones.
Damn right you do.
There we go. So that was Sendai. Not a bad show at all. Just the one match.
Yeah, just the one match that was very one match and questions with Utami. That's about it. But the Utami match wasn't bad, so that's at least going for that.
Let's see if I can get a KZ drop going here. Because we got KZ Dragon Gate. Talk about Dragon Gate. Time to go crazy. Let's see. Let's see what I can get here.
It's KZ time! Yeah, this is KZ 2020! Engine Zenkai, yoroshiku dozo! Yeah! Crazy, it's time to go crazy! What time is it? Crazy, it's time to go crazy! Yeah!
That was fun. Got a KZ drop, man.
It's KZ time.
KZ time. We probably should have played it for Gate of Destiny and played probably Shun Skywalker's music for this one, but I digress. Dude, Kobe World. A nice show.
Very good show. I enjoyed this show.
Now, not show of the year by any means. It didn't live up to the high expectations it had. I thought Gate of Destiny was better than this. Maybe on the same level at times, and then Dangerous Gate was definitely way better than what we got here. Agreed?
Yes. Most Dangerous Gate was my favorite.
Most Dangerous Gate. Dangerous. Anyways. So, instead of going through all of the multi-man tags and everything, and talking about how Taro can fuck off back to being indie scum that he is, and this was more of a celebration and burying hatches throughout the Dragon Gate generation here. So from that standpoint, it being a celebration of sorts, that was enjoyable. So the 9-man battle royal, Hyo wins. Had some goofy spots there. Ho-Ho Loon fucked off the commentary after he was thrown out. That was really funny. Great lines from Ho-Ho Loon with Jay Church on the show overall, Kay. Sure, we all agree there. This is my favorite commentary team of the year.
Yes. Yes, do you go to the bathroom? I love that line.
My God, they're at intermission, and Jay Church says something along the lines of everyone's, hitting the concessions and everything, and Ho-Ho Loon just goes, Jay, do you need to go to bathroom? No, Ho-Ho, I'm fine. I'm good. Are you sure? Like, he's so concerned.
The thing is, Jay Church was like, it's like a concession, the bathroom break, and that's where Ho's like, oh, Jay, do you need to go to the bathroom? And he's like a concerned friend or a parent.
Yeah, there was, there was some other just great lines in there. I just love the always, I didn't know that, as Jay, spouts off his incredible deep knowledge of Dragon Gate, over the course of 20 years.
My favorite one is, you know so much. You're like a reading book.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. You are like reading book. I love Ho-Ho.
Ho-Ho's the best.
He is that fan at home that's kind of like watching Dragon Gate, just getting into it, and that's so interesting, Jay.
Tell me more.
Please tell me more. in his very great broken English. I adore it. So yes, all good. Multi-man tag matches at the undercard, fine. As expected, Dragon Dia was in the DQ finish with Inferno. We expected as such. Building up to a mask versus match, surely. Inferno just ripped the shit out of the mask too. Pretty gnarly.
Oh yeah, it was like, holy crap. It was bad.
Very Lucha Libre-esque.
You're right.
Including the match itself, where it went for 5 minutes and then the mask was ripped off. Really like the superstar entrance Dragon Dia got the full entrance song and everything. I think they probably should have saved that for when the match wouldn't go to a DQ, but
Right. Maybe they do it again for the big end of year show. Who knows?
Masato Yoshino was on the winning team against Team Dragon Gate involving KZ, Punch, and Strong Machine J. That is important for later because they announce that Yoshino is retiring at Kobe World next year officially, because at the end of Dragon Gate, he was going to originally retire at the end of this year, but because COVID happened, everyone, close friends and family with, the extended time off and everything, hey, can you delay it a year as we go hit up the rest of the fan base and everything? And he agreed, and they announced 2 days Kobe World next year, something that the owner of Dragon Gate, I believe the owner, said was one of his goals. Is he wants to be essentially, he wants Dragon Gate to be the New Japan outside of Tokyo. That's kind of been his goal since day one, and one of those involves is making Kobe World of sorts be their Wrestle Kingdom, right? And with, I definitely see the business side of this, Kay, where running 2 shows can make up a lot of grounds in those ticket sales and attendance, create more buzz. And here's why I think Dragon Gate is a promotion that can pull this off. We just got Gate of Destiny and Kobe World basically within a week of each other, right?
Right.
And they ran angles at Gate of Destiny and still put on a great show, all setting up for this show with major title implications along the lines. And there was only really one show in between that was needed. So if they can, I believe they have the wherewithal to plan out, 2 or 3 shows prior to Kobe World where they can build all that up for 2 shows.
I agree. I also think the strength of their storytelling, and especially long-term storytelling, helps that you could put on 2 shows back to back. Whereas I feel like New Japan kind of treats it like WrestleMania, where it's just a bunch of super stuff that's just built up to the one show,
or built up to one match,
big,
and everything else is fodder.
Where it feels like that's how New Japan approaches it, kind of like how WWE approaches WrestleMania. It feels like that's exactly how they're approaching it, which is a bad way to approach it, by the way, because it makes one day feel less useful than the other.
I agree. And the other way I look at this is, I think Dragon Gate's overall roster and how it's presented is much stronger, where they can throw on, 1 or 2 singles matches, and because their tag and trios division is so important, that gets more people on the card, and they can mix and match, and it still feels just as important as the match prior. That's something you just don't have existing in New Japan. All their trios and tag matches seem like fodder. They don't
mean anything.
They are a big match, singles match promotion, while Dragon Gate is a faction-based team promotion that still treats its singles titles as very important. So I am much more optimistic over 2 days of Kobe World over, we're looking at the heels of 2 Wrestle Kingdoms in barely over a month's time from now, and that's not looking too great, especially from the storytelling perspective, and the fact that every single one of their factions seems to have a DQ finish or interference ref bumps type deal.
Right, and I think that says something, that you're not excited for this, but you're excited for the Kobe World. And this one's coming up, and this one's another one's next year. You're more excited for that than the one that's about to come up from the biggest promotion in Japan. Shows how New Japan kind of has been falling apart with how they're doing things, dropping the ball pretty hard.
Yeah, we'll get to that. So obviously it's a year out, so we're gonna have to see how the build goes to everything and how the stories are playing out. Of course, that's natural, but at this moment in time and how I feel, I think this is pretty cool. I don't think look at what we're doing now. We've had 5-6 major shows from Dragon Gate in a span of 6 weeks, so they're kind of doing weekly pay-per-views when you kind of put it all together. And I think they're doing a good job. So yeah, let's get to the main matches here. Okada defeats Ishida in a 10-minute match to retain the Brave Gate title, a rematch from Gate of Destiny. Okay, they did it again. And I fucking love this. There was Ishida's hair, first of all. The spaghetti white hair. What is going on?
What was he going for? Also, this was in the opening match, wasn't it?
This was the
No, it
opening
was the
match.
last one. It was. Okay, remember if this was the last one of the title match itself, the one he already won.
Yes.
It was the opening match, but playing off the Santa Maria thing. But yes, his mop hair was very. It's a look. I'll give him that. I
It's
guess.
certainly a look. Dude, I love this. They continued the story. We got a rematch, which was totally acceptable. It played off a previous story as well, and they kicked the shit out of each other. Okuda takes I believe a suplex of sorts. He just gets back up, fucking chokes him out again, clean as a whistle. Loved it. No RED this time.
I love Okuda. He's great. Him and BB Hulk are probably my two favorites.
All right. I do want to just quickly mention that Kikuta and Kamai defeated Bokuar, Shimizu, and Saito. Young guys win. That was a theme of the show, except for one match. Here we are. Twin Gate title match. Unfortunately, Jason Lee was not able. There was 3 absentees on the show. One of them was Jason Lee. Another was Shuji Kondo. So Jason Lee, at least they were able to replace him with somebody with story purposes, because BB Hulk and Kai were taking on Kota Minoura and Yamato. So that, because we were wondering, why isn't Yamato on a Kobe World card? He was just going to be in some 6-man tag or whatever. Did this match do it for you? Okay, it went 15 flat.
I feel like I guess if we talk about in-ring wise, I think the Jason Lee stuff would have been a lot better. But I think the story stuff is what kept me engaged in this one. Because if I remember correctly, Kai betrayed Yamato, and so did BB Hulk.
Yes, they both did.
Yes, so this plays a lot into the story.
And they were full douchebag at Gate of Destiny, causing Yamato to get the DQ finish. Not a very satisfying ending. You know, where they have the douchebag laughter and arms look to them all.
The best moment ever. Yes. I love storytelling, especially long-term storytelling when it's done well. And so this match being switched to this was perfect. So you place a good work rate match with a storyline match, and I'm A-okay with that. Especially because BB Hulk and Kai win. It plays further into the story.
It was pretty dominant as well, because the story here for Team Dragon Gate was Yamato's a last-minute substitute. So they don't have the chemistry together. So this was a lot of Kota Minoura in the match, being singled out, and not really, quick to tag Yamato in. More or less wanting to do it alone. That's what I took from the match. And yeah, it was a little bit more grounded, a little bit more one-sided, but the story, at least of the back half of the show, everything was very story-heavy. Okay? So, there's only so many times Yamato was able to actually break up the pin when needed, and it came into that very strong ending of just BB Hulk and Kai are the better team this night. It's almost a blessing in a weird way that it worked out this way, because I think this was the finish anyways, even if Jason Lee was involved. But now that he wasn't involved, and it was Yamato who failed yet again to beat his rivals, right? His betrayers, and Kota Minoura lost the tag title without his usual partner. They can run this back at Final Gate, and I'm all for it.
Minoura, he's not trusting because he's so used to his tag partner, the guy he's been doing this whole thing with, and so he doesn't trust that Yamato can get it done because he's not used to having to tag with him and no chemistry there, so he doesn't know what he can do. Stuff like that. I like this match a lot.
Good. Not as exciting or explosive as if Jason Lee was there, as you said. Triangle title. RED team, SB Kento, the man who broke my heart, Gate of Destiny. Kazuma Sakamoto and Yoshida, they defend the title against Team Dragon Gate of Ben K, who seems to Literally changes body type every 2 weeks. Teaming
Somehow
with
even more tan than he was last
now he's
time.
even more bronzed. He teamed with UT and Santa Maria, an interesting trio. I quite like that. This match went 21 minutes, and the Team Torimon team was Dragon Kid Kagentora, and replacing Shuji Kondo, Masato Yoshino playing double duty on this night. Boy, when that Speedstar music hit, I was pumped. I'm like, all right, fucking Yoshino's gonna win. They're gonna get the trios title. It's gonna be a good story. Then we're gonna get, maybe some things falling out of this. Instead, we went with the full, dude, strap that rocket on Rookie of the Year. SB Shithead over here pins UT and then powders Yoshino just like a Dangerous Gate. Just full on slaps him in the face while he's on the ground with the powder, throws him in the sharpshooter, and submits the legend. What the fuck is happening? SB Shithead is on a roll.
I can't wait till he loses the belt so I can put Sad Boy Kento instead.
I like that.
But it was very good. It was good. I like seeing strapping the rocket to a young guy, especially a guy that's talented. You can see talent in. I love seeing it, and Dragon Gate's doing it. Fucking Ice Ribbon's doing it, and that's the reason why those are my two favorite promotions in men's and women's respectively.
Hey, this guy's the same age as Momo.
I know, you told me.
So is Kota Minoura.
I know.
This fucking promotion is insane right now.
That's quite nuts, especially the building of the youth. Again, them and Ice Ribbon doing this youth movement is, I'm all for it, especially in a COVID year where everyone's trying to try new things out. It feels like almost like more promotions have been more successful in doing things during this whole year, whereas the big giant ones have had a lot harder time getting anything this year. And I think that's been the story of the entire year. GPW and Ice Ribbon are kicking it off pretty strong in the COVID year. Dragon Gate's doing that, and so is DDT. And Stardom kind of struggled at the beginning. They're kind of picking it up, but New Japan's struggling. I like this. I like all this.
Dude, you want to get real heat with me? Look at SB Kento. He goes by the fucking Heartbreak Kid, and he uses a sharpshooter as his goddamn finisher. I hate this guy so much right now.
Hey, remember Montreal?
Shut up. Tired of that. God damn it. Open the Dreamgate title match. Shun Skywalker takes on Eita, the challenger. We spoke about this on the previous podcast. We both felt very strongly that Shun Skywalker was going to get the title here. We were very okay with how the story played out, that Eita is a transitional champion. And the way this is all built up is that is totally okay. Because, well, a bigger star was made this day. And I think that's totally fine. And the match went 20 minutes, 22 seconds. It was... So, I have a lot of thoughts over this. And the best way I think I can... And I thought about this a while, how I can kind of cliff note my thoughts in a more concise manner. One story is... Eita is the leader of RED. The big shithead heel faction that constantly interferes, rips refs out of the ring, powders opponents, kicks in the testicles, finishes. You know, we saw it at Gate of Destiny, and it was a disgusting finish against KZ, who had him dead to rights, new title winner, right? So what happens here? And this is kind of like, interrupt me if you want, Kay. This is the story is... Eita has all of RED out there. Shun Skywalker is alone in a promotion that's very faction-based. And you felt the lonesomeness of Shun Skywalker. One side has all red shirts and gear. The other side has literally nobody. Kind of exacerbated by this kind of clap crowd, empty arena hybrid setting we got going now. I pose this question. You're at Kobe World. It's your top biggest show of the year. Is it acceptable to do such a story-heavy match with a flat finish, because the finish came out of nowhere, to emphasize the story being told in the ring over putting on an exciting match?
So to sort of break down, so what you told me the story was originally with Shun Skywalker was that he was on a bit of a losing streak and he left, right? So he went solo, went to Mexico, went to go train, went to do the Japanese train in another place to get stronger sort of thing,
Mhm.
right?
Oh, he absolutely
He comes
did.
back. He comes back. I think the fact that he didn't have a faction, like originally I thought that was like, oh, he's gonna lose. But now that I've looked at it and thought about it, no, I think that's a lot better. It shows not only is he a big star, but then you show that he breaks the mold. Where in a promotion based on factions, he doesn't need one. Now, granted, he's gonna need help at some point, but I think keeping it where he's solo now does a good job of establishing him as a bigger star because he's able to do what the others can't at the moment. And you can always pin it on, well, he got some crazy training in Mexico for a whole year. Right? He trained with some of the best and he's come back and now he's top of the game, top of everything. And granted, you can't keep that going for super long. So that's the dangerous thing. If you do that for too long, it comes off kind of like a little too much, comes off kind of boring. But I think if you do that for like a little bit, like maybe a couple months, right? You get to this, and then maybe he starts needing some help, right? When RAD just comes and starts beating on him with chairs or something, right? Like they have to do something overwhelming on him, and he starts realizing he needs some help finally. Dude, actually, after his Ben K defense, right? I like it. It's actually, especially because it plays so well in contrast to Eita, who did that same thing when he wanted to beat Doi. I don't want the help. I can do this on my own. And then he finally did it. And then we saw his first defense, right? He was hesitant. He was losing, but he got the help, right? He wasn't looking for it, but he got the help, right? And then you go to this match and he was actively looking for the help. He regressed. He went back to the person that couldn't
So
win.
you're of the
title.
mind that despite it not being an exciting match, the story told was good enough.
Yes,
Okay.
especially because you do two different stories on two different paths that could lead to various different things that I enjoy. And then Shun Skywalker being this megastar, I think doing this sort of story, because he's gonna have an amazing match with Ben K. This doesn't need to be the match one. This is his first match back. He wins the belt. I think he has no stories outside of the one he left with before he came back. So I think establishing the rest of this story is much more important than having some absolute 10 out of 10 match. Now, the match wasn't bad.
No,
I'd say it's an 8 out of 10.
I went like 4
think it's an 8
flat.
out of
I
10.
went like 4 flat on it.
Yeah, I think it's about a four-star match, which is good, right? That means you didn't sacrifice the entire match for the story. But I love the contrast. Eita looking for the help. Right? Remember, Eita didn't want the help when he wanted to beat Doi. Now he needs the help and he loses. Shun
Yeah.
Skywalker has no help.
The
he
match
wins.
structure, I think it was a little too heat heavy. I wouldn't mind the occasional trip of RED, behind the ref's back kind of deal. Not enough lucha libre from Shun Skywalker. That's kind of what makes him a little bit more exciting. He didn't do a lot of rope walking per se. He didn't live up to the walking of skies, if you know what I mean. He did do one big tope that kind of torpedoed onto Eita. But it was, the finish from a story perspective was interesting because he debuted a new finisher. RED guys on the outside didn't know what to make of it. They didn't think for a second Eita wasn't going to kick out because this was a move they just weren't familiar with. And like, okay, well, that was interesting. And he just gets pinned. It was that spinning, like, fisherman driver situation. Sick finisher.
No,
Sick
no,
finisher.
I liked it. I'm more of a sucker for good story than a good match. If the match is good itself, not blow away, as long as the story is good, I could live with it. And I think this match was perfectly great. Not perfectly great, but I think it was a very good match. And so the story told, he didn't do all the flippy stuff, but you don't burn that right now. Save that for the Ben K one, the one that has much more builds to it. This.
Yeah, I don't know. I get the story. I got the story, no problem. I like the story, just the match wasn't exciting. And I think at Kobe World, you got to bring your guns. Now, in 2020, this being such a weird year, perhaps, you know, if the cards were dealt differently and the layout was, you know, of their normal year, maybe he returns at you know, Dangerous Gate or something. Or no, that would have been in May. Maybe he returns in the summer, and then it's set for Gate of Destiny where he wins the title, and then Kobe World is kind of where we stand now at you know, the Ben-K match, because Ben-K came out and challenged. That's a perfect storytelling right there between him and Shun Skywalker being, you know, former partners. Ben-K is the one that rose above the ranks faster than him, and he was left behind. Now he went away and came back. You know, it's all full circle there. Ben-K was the one that lost the title at Final Gate last year to Naruki Doi. Now he wants to gain it back at that same show to the guy that he beat last year to make him go away on excursion. So this is good long-term storytelling to the T. I love this. So I hope, I have high expectations for this Shun Skywalker Ben-K match coming up at Final Gate in December.
I do as well, especially because the story going into it. And I think that's what you're going to start seeing, because he's going to pull out all the stops in that match. I think they're going to play that story.
Yeah. And I also want to see more development on Yamato. He's had a slow, sneaky, pretty good year. He just hasn't had a lot to do. I want to see more development on his end in particular. Everyone else, I think their stories are being told in the whole team sense. So those are my two wishes as we get to the year end here.
I agree.
Yeah, let's play this last little drop here. Oh, I won't even have to say with New Japan that Dragon Gate has won.
I think that goes without saying at this point.
Yeah. So safe to say that Dragon Gate has stomped New Japan in 2020. All right, time to play. What drop am I playing? Here we go. I don't care what anyone says. I like Osprey's intro theme there. Elevated.
It's
quite
catchy. It's very catchy.
Quite catchy. All right, so we're just doing night one of Boss J Tag League, and then another match that we watched. Basically, I have zero interest in any of this. We do have the Super J Cup that we're gonna watch later, and then the final night of Boss J and Tag League. That's all we got on the plate for the rest of the year for New Japan. What'd you think of night one Boss J Tag League? Okay.
From what we watched, I kind of don't care. Like, the match itself was good, I guess, but I just almost don't. Well, first off, I guess it doesn't help that I'm not too familiar with either person in the match that we saw entirely. I think this is the Bone Soldier guy, right?
Ishimori, yes.
Yes. So I have no context for him or who was the other one in the match, because I'm still very unfamiliar with
Hiromu Takahashi was the other guy.
So two people I have not seen before.
Hey, Jeff Cobb, speaking of New Japan, Jeff Cobb liked a tweet I made.
Look at you getting famous.
What do you know? How about that? All I said was this Fire Pro move was fucking awesome, and he liked it.
There you go. The Hiromu guy was pretty good. I liked him, but I just think as a whole, I think it also the miasma of like you and hearing you and other people that watch New Japan talk pretty low of this stuff right now, that I almost didn't care by proxy, because I kind of felt like watching the G1, especially the B block, and then watching the evil stuff. It's almost like I just don't really care.
Dude, these teams in Tag League, I could give two shits about. Like, Evil and Yujiro Takahashi, fuck off.
Yeah, why is that a team? Why is it not Evil and like Kenta or something?
You couldn't at least give me Dick to go? Like, at least maybe we could get some Buldakano, like Garrote Wire in the match type shit. But no, he's going to be outside. It's going to be rough bumps and distractions galore. Fuck off. And look, You got God in there. You got Finjuice. It's like lower to mid card central, and that I can't be bothered with Tag League. I'm not watching it. That said, the Dookie Robbie Eagles match was good. I like that. I like what I've seen with Robbie Eagles from his return. I don't think he's winning. But we watched another match with Robbie Eagles against Show, in which Eagles defeated Show via submission. That was the one where he does the 450 to the leg, and then he throws him in the Robinson special and taps him out.
That match was very good. I liked that.
That one was
match.
excellent. I like that match. I picked that one out on purpose because they're very few. I think Dookie is incredibly underrated. I will sing the praises of the man. He has very much developed into a good guy. The problem is he's like bottom of the barrel on the New Japan totem pole on where they see this dude. So he's just gonna lose all the time. So I picked the Robbie Eagles match that stood out to me, and I watched that. Anything versus Hiromu, anything Hiromu is gonna be good. I just really can't be bothered. I'm like, in my head, I just can't get out that Hiromu's winning this tournament because he's at such a higher level and in the pecking order to the other dudes in the division that, Wrestle Kingdom, of course it's Hiromu. Like, it's not going to be Robbie Eagles as much as I love the guy and love watching him. So the Ishimori one freaked me out. They did like this wild pile driver thing on the apron that scared the shit out of me. Hiromu sold it very well. The only other guy in my head I could think of that I think should win actually is Show. And Robbie Eagles beating him, that could play into something or other longer. They gotta elevate some of these junior division guys. And Show is one of them. I think he's more heavyweight, but they desperately need him to fill out the division. I think they should have him win this tournament, and he has a big victory and elevate this guy, right?
I guess I don't have enough context for some of this, but the Robbie Eagles guy was good. I liked him. He was good. Him and Show were good. Hiromu was also good. But again, I think the overwhelming sort of like feeling that I'm getting from like you and everyone else in the Discord that watches New Japan is kind of like making me not care by proxy, because I'm hearing how bad it is, and I've already watched some bad stuff, and so I kind of don't want to feel like I want to get invested in it at all.
Well, here's the thing with New Japan in 2020. It's been a growing problem for a few years now, is whenever you have a heel in New Japan, we're seeing very often that if we get a face-face type matchup in New Japan, they put on an awesome fucking match. Among the best in the world. Tops at times. Robbie Eagles versus Show is a grand example of that, right? But then whenever we get a heel matchup of any kind, it always ends in a ref bump, or interference, or just chicanery bullshit that really just takes you out of it, and there's no reason for it. Like, why can't El Desperado just beat Hiromu, and then Hiromu fights from behind? No, we gotta have this ref bump bullshit every time, and it's through every single main event. And then when I was thinking about it that way, when was the last time we actually got a New Japan main event with no interference bullshit?
All the main events I've seen have
Wrestle
been
Kingdom?
just that. Oh, the G1 didn't have it, did it? The G1 final?
Dude, it was filled with it. Oh, well, I mean, Ibushi Sonata, no, but that was low. I mean, that didn't quite live up to what everyone had in the first place because it's Sonata, but most of B Block was filled with the bullshit. Well, that's the problem.
Yeah. I'm talking about just that you said like main event, and so I'm thinking of all the main events.
I'm thinking like IWGP, their main title main event.
Oh yeah, no, that's been because Evil. It's been rife with it to the point where it's unwatchable. It's almost like it just doesn't matter. Don't watch it.
Well, even before that, pre-pandemic, we had Kenta, another Bullet Club guy, and that had the bullshit, right? And then at Wrestle Kingdom, we had Jay White with his bullshit. So it's one thing. G1 last year in the final, we had Jay White there. His bullshit. Now, that match I thought was a classic example of heel-face dynamic, Western style. I thought that was as good as it gets in that regard. We've even seen similar instances in Dragon Gate where these guys overcome the odds and go. But when you do it so often, it becomes mind-numbing. and then you just are so taken out of it. It's not heat anymore. It's just aggravating, and you just turn it off. And that is not. It is not an accident, or it is a pattern that New Japan just hasn't had the buzz in 2020 as it has had since 2015, as an example. Any year prior. And you go back and watch these older New Japan IWGP main events, there's no bullshit in them. Why is there this inherent and incessant need for bullshit in this promotion?
I don't know. Do they just not know how to book a heel without doing it? Because that's what it feels like to me. That's how I feel like heels are booked. But Jesus Christ, I mean,
Or
it just
that's
seems to
just
be
how they think that they need to act. Because Minoru Suzuki, by all means, is a heel, and he does heelish things in the realm of New Japan. You know, going outside, guardrailing, walk and brawl, and take it back in ring. You know, fight his battle. But he's not like low blowing the ref behind backs and shit. So, my dad just picked up a beautiful bottle of whiskey as I come and visit him for the holidays. Yes, I'll be on a plane, hopefully not getting the corona. I'm going to message him and say, fuck yes. Exclamation point. 2 of them, to be exact. There you go. Okay. So yeah, I'm not gonna watch the Tag League. I couldn't care less. Boss J, I'm just not that into it. And being that we got Ice Ribbon that's killing it, we're gearing up for Stardom Year's End. We got this stuff on the podcast we're working on that's very special. I'm very excited for that. And we got the ending of Dragon Gate, which is looking to be in contention for Promotion of the Year with AEW. And by the way, I came to the conclusion that I really like that first round of the KO tournament from DDT. It gets the point for me. So, Kay, how are you feeling?
I am feeling like maybe I don't want to watch New Japan. Outside of DDT, I think DDT was better. Yes, I think that goes without saying. The DDT and Dragon Gate have been better.
Yeah, which is not something I expected. So, all right.
No.
We're going to take a break here, and when we come back, we're going to finish out this podcast with all the retro stuff and the wrestling rankings. So, look
Nice
forward to that,
ribbon.
everybody. I will never get tired of that Devil Masami music. All Japan Women Classics, Kay.
Yes. Hey, JW. Hey, J-Dub.
I'm fucking excited to talk about this episode.
Saw a murder.
We saw attempted murder, okay?
No, there was no attempted death. There was just murder.
Classics episode 33 takes place from Korakuen Hall, May 14th, 1989. We're coming off the heels of the Chigusa Nagayo retirement show, and now we got the Itsuki Yamazaki retirement show.
Hey,
yes,
more
the Jumping
retirements.
Bomb Angels will no longer exist.
Gotta love that 25-year-old rule, huh, JW? Sure don't regret that yet, are you?
Yeah, so Yamazaki faces no shock, Noriyota Tano in a retirement match. They go to their little draw, they get their shit in, and they have the 10-bell salute. So there you go. Jumping Bomb Angels are no more. Now we get the but we, to be fair, at least we get the honor of seeing Tateno compete in singles matches, going for not the red belt but the All Pacific title.
Yes, yes.
I'm very
She's
much
the only
looking
one of
forward
the
to
two
that.
to actually win a singles belt, actually.
Yeah, and I think she's the better wrestler anyways, so makes sense.
She's cuter.
Well, I mean, she's almost an old lady, so they better get moving.
I mean, that's why they're getting moving.
There was the AJW tag title match that followed. Reibun Amada, our girl, our favorite Chinese wrestler of all time. Although Ho Ho Lun and Jason Lee are making very good cases. She tagged with Miori Kamiya, no idea who this is, versus the team called Dream Orca, Toshio Yamada and Etsuko Maeda.
Yes.
Hopefully these two names ring a bell for our historians out there.
Yes, they should. They should, especially Yamada, as she becomes a very big deal later on, feuding with one Manami Toyota in a very legendary feud.
Yes. So I like the chippiness of this match overall. I really liked the post-match chippiness, especially where Kamiya and Raeboon are very pissed off. They lost to Yamada. I mean, the match itself was, besides the little bit of chippiness, it was, your suplexes. It's your junior division, your up-and-comers.
Right.
Type match. But Yamada shoves the win in their face, despite Raeboon and Miori just being all pissed off. I really like it when wrestlers are upset they lost, right? And it's not just they just jump the person after the match. They just confront the person, get in their face, maybe a little shove warfare, and then the victors are actually happy they won. They're not afraid to fight back kind of situation. More of this in my wrestling, please.
Yes, I agree.
Trios match. Check out this lineup. Akira Hokuto, Suzuka Manami, and Mitsuko Nishiwaki. So you got your wolves there.
Right.
Yeah. Versus Kumiko Iwamoto, Nobuko Kimura, and Aja Kong.
A very baby Aja Kong.
Well, I believe this is our first official Aja Kong match on this Classics journey of AJW. So very exciting from, we saw her as her rookie. She's not Aja Kong yet. It's like we were waiting for Hokuto to become the name Hokuto. Because then oh man, she's almost ready. And we got Aja Kong much sooner than I thought. I thought that didn't happen until 1990. But here we are, May 1989.
Rika Shishido, as she was going by. Her shoot name, actually.
Shoot name, yes. Well, shoot name is no more. Now she is Aja Kong. So, we're going to get a lot of Aja Kong going forward. So, best be prepared. Best be prepared. But as the match itself, it's just kind of, standard warfare. Hokuto's amazing. I really like Suzuka Manami. Nishiwaki's good. Not so much on the Kimura Iwamoto. They're part of little Bull Nakano's faction there, but Aja Kong is big and green. We'll see what happens in the future.
He's a big green and very, very mean.
Yes. But the main reason why we're here is this 3WA singles championship match. It is the champion Lioness Asuka. This took up like 35 minutes of our hour-long program. She's taking on Bull Nakano, whom has reached her final form. She is full blue hairspray, tall hair, face paint. We're ready, boys. Is your body ready?
We've achieved full Bull Nakano.
Oh, this was so much fun. Just like right off the bat, Bull Nakano and Asuka are in each other's face. Asuka's not taking no shit, but she has no choice because Nakano and her faction are just busting her open, and it just becomes a good old-fashioned 1980s attempted murder, Dump Matsumoto style, with that Bull Nakano touch.
All I'm gonna say is we're out the crime tape. I'm pretty sure we saw the murder get committed.
It was utterly fantastic. There is a flash cut in the match as we were watching, but that's okay because as we found out, it was Bull Nakano and her team removing a turnbuckle hook. So the top rope is totally down off the ring, and Nakano proceeds to use this as both a knife and a bludgeoning weapon to the face and skull of Asuka, just ripping her face open. Bull Nakano screaming at the children. You hear the children screaming. All of the women are in fear. There's a great spot of Nakano just showing the bloody face to the hard cam and screaming at the audience. I fucking love this.
And then she gets the box cutter.
It's not a box cutter. It was the other end of the turnbuckle hook. That's what that was.
No, at some point, I think when she initially cut her open.
No, that's what we thought. It was.
Sure, because I'm pretty sure
I'm sure.
she got some kind of like sharp object to cut her open
She
initially.
did not
the
literally
initial
get a
fight.
knife. No.
Listen. I think she got a knife. Listen, Bull Nakano killed Asuka. I don't know if Asuka's still alive.
Okay, are you questioning me who watched this match 3 straight times?
I mean, I may have watched it 3 straight times as well.
Well, you were incorrect. It is the bottom of the turnbuckle hook.
Listen. Does it matter when murder is committed and briefcases are used
It
as
matters.
weapons?
It certainly matters on how violent it is.
I mean, this got pretty violent. I mean, if you told me she shanked her, I wouldn't even been surprised.
There could have been a shiv in the kidney off to the side off camera. I do not doubt this as a possibility. So yeah, this was just a full murder that was being attempted. Asuka just stood like no chance. She had a couple hope spots in. The crowd was firmly behind her. This was all about Asuka surviving and proving how tough she is to Bull Nakano absolutely pulling a Dump Matsumoto match here. And what's great about this, Timmy K, is I love just the absurdity of a Dump Matsumoto match. But
Grab the freaking briefcase, a giant G1.
Well, we're not there yet.
briefcase.
We're not there yet. So what makes the Bull Nakano better is Bull Nakano is more mobile than Dump Matsumoto, and
Yes.
she has the nunchaku additive to it all. So she's got her karate kind of situation going on. So it's very similar, but that extra touch really puts this over the edge. So there's nunchakus to the sides. Asuka gets the nunchakus as well, trying to fight back, but there's always, interference, and this poor ref just has no chance.
Oh, he was just like, listen, I can't stop this murder, and if I stop her, she'll kill me.
You really have to put in your mind that, and I could easily suspend my disbelief that this ref is absolutely terrified. If he stops this match, he might die.
Like, it might be over. He might not have to see his kids when he gets home, because he
Right.
might be dead.
Because he knows that Bull Nakano will be like, oh, DQ, eh? All right. Say goodbye to your children.
But I will point out one thing when you do the Dump Matsumoto comparison. I think what makes Bull Nakano seem much more terrifying is because she comes off more vicious. Because she's so much more mobile and can pick up much more things and do much more things, she comes off far more violent. Like, she's like Dump Matsumoto evolved.
Right. No, yeah, she has leveled up that violence that made Dump Matsumoto so unique and interesting. So where Dump would use like trash cans and stuff, Bull Nakano says, well, trash can, I have a steel metal case that I'm going to pick up over my head and throw it 5 feet across the ring, and it just goes bam right into Asuka's head. She
chucked it at her
probably
dome.
got a concussion.
She chucked it at her dome so hard it bounced.
Right, and this is when we say a giant like metal steel case, this thing was at least 3 feet long and 2 feet in width. Like
probably as big
it
as
is
her torso.
massive. Yeah. So we were joking it's Bull Nakano's G1 briefcase.
I love that. It's Bull Nakano's G1 briefcase.
That shit ain't breaking like Kenta or Tanahashi using his head to break the Kenta's little US briefcase there. Yeah, this was great.
I see Jay White trying to take that from Bull Nakano.
Oh man. So the ref is like, "Oh, that's the final straw. That's it. I'm taking all of your weapons away." And of course, Bull Nakano proceeds to beat the shit out of this guy, and fearing for his life, he's like, "Fuck this! I'm getting the shit kicked out of me. DQ or I'm out of here."
And he sprints, and like he's gone.
He
makes a
DQ'd her
beeline.
and ran.
Meanwhile, Bull Nakano grabs the red belt as if she had won, and is celebrating with the red belt as they try to take it away from her because she did not win the belt because she got DQ'd. And then she leaves with the red belt as if she won it. I love this.
It's one of my favorite matches of 1989 history. It's up there. And for a DQ finish and building a rivalry and Bull Nakano coming off as an absolute top heel in the company, I couldn't ask for more, and I just want more. So that's a big thumbs up. Go check out this match. May 14th, 1989, AJW Classics here. There you go.
Yes, my favorite side by side is the one shot of Asuka being carted out,
Yeah, she
stretched
didn't
out,
survive.
and then the other shot of Nakano celebrating as she leaves with the stolen red belt. It's very well done camera work there.
All right, playing that Liger music. Okay, so we're picking up into New Japan through the 90s here in 1994 still. We got a 2-night show. Now, I did watch a good chunk of these matches, and I'll go into a little description of what these two shows were. One took place February 5th, the other took place February 6th, both from the Sapporo Nakajima Sports Center. They generally do this every year annually. And before I go into what this like double shot was, no notable AJPW matches to say yet, and I don't think I'll be covering any, or will be covering any kind of WCW, WWF, WWF from '94. Okay, so what New Japan was doing here, okay, and if you remember, we're still in this whole New Japan versus War interpromotional rivalry. Okay, been going on for well over a year now at this point. We've thought it's been done twice over. It's still going, and so what we have now in New Japan at this point is Team New Japan Army, War. It's the Wrestling and Romance Boys, Tenryu's promotion / faction, and then there's Heisei Ishingun, the Skinheads faction. I believe that's what it translates to.
I mean, I thought it was Purple Pants.
Yes, Team Purple Pants is what they were across these two nights. So my very, very brief research of what this was about was, so New Japan is kind of going through now a down period. All Japan Pro Wrestling, by all accounts, are taking a lot of the business and attendance away from New Japan because of their much more exciting wrestling matches and bigger stars, aka Mitsuru Misawa, Kobashi's coming to his own as a main eventer, etc. Right? What's lacking for New Japan is their in-between shows, let's call it their house shows, right? They're not drawing well. At this point, All Japan Women are actually outdrawing them in the same venues. And in fact, the few shows right before this, on February 5th and 6th, according to, I took this data from the Wrestling Observer newsletter, that they were just in a couple towns over, and the previous weekend, All Japan Women actually outdrew by a couple thousand and filled the house up, while New Japan then followed them the following weekend and couldn't fill it up very well. So this interpromotional storyline has very much run its course, and it's something we've noticed where they still have the Hogan issue that they just got out of. They still have the Inoki issue where they can't seem to get away from that. And you're seeing a lack of new stars actually main event. Just having 3 guys clearly isn't enough for New Japan as it is for All Japan Pro Wrestling. Because right now you have in New Japan, you still have the guys from the 80s, your Fujinamis and Chosus and Tenryus. However, your new generation guys of Keiji Muto, Masahiro Chono, whom hasn't been the same since he broke his neck, and Shinya Hashimoto. The issue is, they can't just face each other over and over again.
No, they cannot. And that's, like you said, All Japan Women is building, like, this is what, 90, what year is this?
1994.
Right? 94. So we're like right at the zenith in terms of like the big stars in AJW. And then like we saw AJPW and they were exciting. A lot of this is just boring. And that's a problem. And so even when they're building new stars, they still have this very boring style that prevails most of the card.
Well, the other issue that we've kind of noticed is the older stars aren't putting over the new ones, and they won't face the new ones to put them over. So you're not seeing Fujinami against Keiji Muto and Muto submits him, for example. You're not seeing Hashimoto roundhouse kick Riki Chosu out. No, it's always Tenryu against Chosu. So you have your three musketeers in Fujinami, Chosu, and Tenryu. They're facing each other over and over again. And then you have the other three facing each other over and over again. There's no crossover. At least that's not what we're seeing. These two shows were at least interesting because it's a 2-day battle where on day 1, on February 5th here, you have Ishingun against War. Okay? Because we've already seen the War New Japan one a lot over the last year. So when you watch all of it's like a long series of singles matches. You can look it up on New Japan World. They have a lot of them there. All of the Ishingun guys are in purple sweatpants looking things. It's really funny always seeing these purple pants wearing dudes just everywhere. And then you have the War guys kind of in their yellow kind of situation. And New Japan is kind of the white and yellow. So similar colors, but the point is the Ishingun guys are now the kind of heels of it all. So instead of going through like every single match where they're just tallying up points, we're going to focus on just the end result and the bigger matches that followed. And there was one in between here, that couple in between on the two shows that just looked interesting. So February 5th actually had Power Warrior and Hawk Warrior against Riki Chosu and Hiroshi Hase. So I was like, fucking Warriors against Chosu and Hase. That sounds like a cool match. And it kind of was. The big highlight was Hawk doing the Muto ramp run, in which he leaps over the top rope for a shoulder block, and he just spikes himself head first on the mat. We watched this replay like 3 times, K, just laughing so hard.
No, it was listen, Hawk had cocaine for the day. And we saw that.
He was very willing to try new things.
Very willing is the good word there.
Yeah. And then of course, I won't beat around the bush. We see this in just the New Japan style that they're going through right now outside of a junior match, where they do something fun at the start to get you into it, and then within a minute they're just doing headlocks and mat work, and it's not exciting. This match is no different. Eventually they get to the point where Hase takes the Doomsday Device, taps out Sasaki in a sitting armbar. Taps out 2 Sasaki's sitting armbar. So there you go. Of course, Chosu's not doing the job.
No. Of course he's not.
To be fair with Chosu, he's like one of the most popular wrestlers like ever in not just New Japan, but Japanese wrestling history. So he does have that excuse.
All right. Well, see, this is my first time sort of seeing a lot of this, so I have no context.
Yeah. So
it's cool learning some of this stuff.
The main event of the show, after they go through a lot of, they called them rounds, just a series of matches on the cards. It's you can pretty much guarantee it's always tied until you get to the main event. And the main event was Shiro Koshinaka representing Heisei Ishingun taking on Super Strong Machine. Now,
Super Strong Machine.
He's kind of slow and old at this point. He's definitely slowing down later part of his career. We're watching his son in Dragon Gate currently, K, with Super Strong Machine J.
Yes, with his robotic upgrades, as Oho Loon keeps saying.
Yes. So I'm just gonna read my notes here because it's funny. Fast, funky weapon pace to start, but quickly slows down to Strong Machine's pace with a headbutt and killing Koshinaka's nervous system with a couple DDTs. Koshinaka is spiked and twitches after these DDTs. It's quite devastating. Strong Machine basically maintains much of the offense, hitting his various slow power moves and transitions into various submission rest holds. See, there's a pattern here with the New Japan matches.
I see.
Crowd was not too much into the sequence of events. Crowd finally got into it when Koshinaka took over after hitting a top rope suplex on Strong Machine. Can't believe he could lift such a strong machine. Haha.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. A series of hip attacks and 3 straight jackknife power bombs of all things from Koshinaka. Did not expect that. Kind of shocked this came from the man. The German suplex near falls from both guys got a big reaction, so a lot of near falls at the finish here, which was kind of awesome. I thought Strong Machine could have stole the match of sorts off this German suplex and lariats that followed. Koshinaka reverses and wins off the Okada roll with a bridge Zack Sabre style. Team Ishigun Purple Pants wins on the night. There you go.
And Purple Pants prevails.
Yeah, it's not as exciting as I may have made it sound, but it does have a good finish.
And to you, it was not as exciting as you made it sound.
Yeah, but again, we know the formula. Cut to the next day, we watched a Liger versus Red Scorpion match. I'm like, man, I haven't had enough Liger here. I need some junior matches in my New Japan right now in these early 90s. Luckily, we're getting really close to that 1994 Super J Cup, or yeah, that's the Super Junior, whichever one it is. So Red Scorpion is a small heavyweight Rudo from Mexico, slaps his chest a lot and says, Scorpion!
Scorpion.
Plays the crowd.
You didn't know
a lot.
his name.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a short 10-minute average match. Liger Bomb, Frankensteiner pin, with a pose, by the way, to beat Scorpion. Not much else there. Bummer. And then the main event. Of course, it goes to the 7th and final round match, which is Fujinami against Shiro Koshinaka. So Shiro is main eventing for the second straight night. And for those that don't know, Shiro Koshinaka was a junior in the 80s that came over, and so was Hiroshi Hase, and they had a decent little like best of the Super Junior finals match themselves in the 80s. So they've kind of leveled up to the heavyweight at this point in their career. So Koshinaka was I don't want to say it's a big deal, but he was a prominent body in the junior division, especially when he kind of switched companies doing that situation. So again, match starts fast with the funky weapon from Shiro, but the Dragon does a House of Fire suplexes on Shiro on the ramp. And then, of course, in New Japan faction, Fujinami just goes to work the body and legs of Shiro 4 minutes on end. Now, what we thought was odd about this, Kay, was Fujinami is all bandaged up on his arm and shoulder, yet he's in control of everything for most of the match.
He's the one doing the limb work, too, which is even weirder.
Yeah, so the story I took from it as it went on, and we started kind of seeing what the goal was, Fujinami is trying to keep Shiro from attacking his weakness. And the only way to do that is the best offense. He can't just play defense the whole time. He has to weaken his opponent too. And because as soon as Shiro, 5 minutes later, starts, or 8 minutes in, Shiro finally gets to the arm, and that's when it becomes at least a competitive-ish match from there. I did like at the 5 minute mark, Shiro slaps Fujinami, and he's like, fuck you, and slaps him right back. Blocks Shiro trying to slap him back, and Fujinami like spits on his hands and gives him an even bigger slap, just knocks him down on the mat. I'm into it.
That was a good sequence of events.
Yeah, so it was a strange build-up though to where our end goal was, which was the Shiro Hope Spot comebacks and going after the arm. And that's what happens. So finally 8 minutes, Shiro attacks the arm. Fujinami says, fuck you, I'm attacking your arm now. Shiro says, fuck you right back, and works the arm some more. Now we're talking. That's when the match starts kicking up. And despite what should be obvious, no matter what Shiro tries to do to Fujinami reverses and hits a power move, a knee, gains control, right? Shiro just can't get out of the doghouse. Can't get out of the bullpen. Coach got to put him in.
No. And then I believe this is where I'm blanking on his name, but Mr. Parliament Government Future guy.
We're
Yellow
not there.
Trunks.
We're not there yet. So
okay,
Shiro
okay.
tries a desperation roll with a bridge, but he only gets a 1 count. So that was strange. So it's not very competitive as it sounds like it is. It's very Fujinami in control. Shiro might try to... He hits 1 move, which is his 1 hope spot, but then it's immediately either countered or Fujinami just locks in a hold. And in this case, it was the Dragon Sleeper. Crowd pops for that. Shiro does get a couple moves in later, leads into a falling arm breaker, and this is where the match really turns around. Locks in that arm bar. Crowd, I think, was chanting for Shiro, but for all I know, they could have been chanting for Fujinami. Not really sure there. In another arm bar, he's got a second one in on Fujinami. This is when Mr. Politic Man, Hirose Hase, just gets on the apron and starts talking shit.
Yeah, like he's like up there, he's yelling, he's trying to grab at the ref too at one point.
Yeah, he's totally
it's very
interfering on the
weird.
match, and Shiro gets up and he's like, what the fuck? And Hase slaps this dude. Get him out of ringside. What is this, AJW? Get this shit out of here.
It was very weird. Like I almost wonder maybe it was meant to distract him, so that leads to the finish. It was very weird how it all kind of just came out of nowhere, really, because we hadn't seen anybody really do any of that entirety of the match, nor most of the show, I think. And so it just kind of came out of the left field.
Yeah, it was very strange. And then Fujinami gets to his feet. You know, he knocks Shiro out of the way, and Hase still wants in the ring, and Fujinami has to be like, get the fuck out of here. He ends up slapping this dude.
It was very, very... It also kind of broke the pace of the matchup a little bit.
Yeah, because this was the weird distraction that actually leads Shiro into shoulder breaking the arm of Fujinami, locks in another armbar, and submits Fujinami.
See, that's what I think. I think maybe this was meant to play, like, distract him and play into the finish, but it was just done so weirdly that it kind of... it was more confusing, and then, like, I think I'm only just now piecing that part together.
Yeah, so Heisei Ishingun wins both nights. They are the top faction in wrestling at this point in time. They have made Shiro Koshinaka in 2 nights. They have made him a star by all intents and purposes. The crowd popped hard for him. Is it too late? Because as I've gone through the years and seen kind of where Koshinaka started, how he jumped companies, he was a junior, and now he's a heavyweight, and he always seems kind of off to the side, but in prominent kind of mid-card type roles. This is his first major main event type feeling stuff, and obviously we know how history goes. I don't know my history over where Shiro Koshinaka goes from here, how he's treated. I'm not keeping my hopes up, but this was at least cool seeing a new star made.
Yeah, it was. I think like you had said that he doesn't pan out very well later on, right?
No.
So it's I guess that kind of sucks in hindsight. But you're right. It's like they're finally building somebody. So we had criticized that they weren't building anybody.
Right, they could easily just throw him into that whole Muda, Chono, Hashimoto. Like, is he as good as those 3? No. But he could compete with them.
Sure.
You just had
Especially
him
if you
tap
weren't
out
there.
Fujinami clean. And beat an 80s legend in Super Strong Machine. Like, he's earned the right to get to gain a little respect into the main event situation. You know, it's no joke. Now, I'm not positive they do anything with it of note, but they could be doing that. Maybe I've seen too much 90s wrestling to
Get your hopes
to
up.
buy into it. Yeah. So anyways, that was New Japan. I'll have to check if the Boss J / Super J Cup thing of 94 is next, or it's just kind of some building shows until we get to that point. I'll have to check on that. But with that, Kay, we get to our favorite segment of every single retro show, and it's time to play the ever amazing WCW Nitro theme from 1999.
Oh boy.
Bow, 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 bow. Oh boy. All right. WCW Nitro, January 18th, 1999, from Columbus, Ohio. But meanwhile, on WWF Raw, it's the go-home show for the Royal Rumble of 1999. So it's Corporation DQ shenanigans up and down the show. It's not good.
No, but this show isn't much better.
The show is certainly not better. Well, probably about the same. We begin this show, Kay, with the Horsemen all mad backstage. Ric Flair's throwing shit around. He is pissed. Because as we remember at Sold Out, his son took a whooping.
Quite the whooping.
So, the NWO are in a limo, totally cramped, not social distancing at all.
No.
Yeah, just like 7 big fucking dudes cramped up in this limo. Had to be
And
uncomfortable.
Scott Steiner. And Scott Steiner.
Hey, Scott Steiner's there, yeah. So,
Yeah, he's there.
just before they get out, as they pull into the building area, Flair just comes out of nowhere with a tire iron. He's like, there he is! And busts the window, and the limo drives away. NWO boys are less than concerned, basically. They're like, oh, shit, window's out, guys. Oh, party!
Scott, that was a surprise. What was that? Did the wind blow it out? Nah, don't worry about it.
Nah, don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's so how nonchalant they were about it.
All right, so Horseman head to the ring for a Flair promo. He says Hogan is going to face his ass at Super Brawl for the title. So glad Flair's in charge here and he's so nice that he's going to wait to fight Hogan.
Yes, but specifically, he's facing his ass. He said
Right.
that twice, by the way.
Face.
He said it twice.
His ass. You'll have to kill me before I kill you. 14-time champ will kill Hogan dead. 2 guys in, 1 guy out. I like this. Very violent promo. A lot of threats.
Flair's a very good promo. Who knew?
Who knew? And then this is when it kind of just goes off the rails for me. He calls out Bischoff. Bischoff's on the ramp. Flair wants to fight him, and Bischoff's like, I'm not a wrestler, dude. I'm under contract to do, like, anything you say, but I'm not a wrestler, so you can't make me. Flair is angry. Oh, damn it. He tries everything to get Bischoff in the ring. He puts his hair on the line, company on the line, and just as Bischoff is going to actually accept this deal, David Flair power walks down to the ring, kind of gives Bischoff an angry shove, does his best Ric Flair dad impression, and David here wants to wrestle in his place. Bischoff accepts this rule easily.
Of course he does. Of course, why would he not? Oh, this guy who can't wrestle? Let me face him. I have a
clearly
chance.
he didn't watch Sold Out, where David Flair just pinned Kurt Hennig.
So I love, speaking of the Sold Out Kurt Hennig stuff, I love how they go back to like still shots of the night and they completely make him look way better than he did. They just keep cutting the things he did. Like, oh, he beat up Mr. Perfect. Like
Right.
they made it seem like he was like triumphant on his own.
He
Instead of
absolutely
having
was.
so much
Kay.
assistance.
I don't think you remember my my breakdown of that David Flair Ric Flair tag match. So Bischoff accepts this as he should. David fights for his dad's hair and the company. Ric Flair at least adds Bischoff's hair to the stipulation as well. I think Bischoff would then just go, wait a minute, no, not my hair. But he's facing David, so I guess he's more than confident. A lot happened here. No advertising for such big stakes.
No, none whatsoever. You would think they would try to like put that to get you to tune to Nitro, but you know.
Right, yeah, so main event has been made. Or so we thought.
Or so we thought.
After a sold out recap of Goldberg sort of tasing Scott Hall, commentary says, I don't know if you remember this, Kay, Goldberg got his revenge. So, hold on. Nash was the one that ended the streak, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then together with Hogan, they made a joke out of his title, and now Hogan is champion, correct?
Oh, correct.
What did Nash do on the sold out card?
He just tased him.
No, he wasn't on it. He beat up David Flair.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Hall. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he just came out for a cameo paycheck.
Yeah. What was the WCW champion Hulk Hogan doing at Sold Out?
Also participating in said cameo paycheck.
Okay. And Goldberg got his revenge on Scott Hall?
I mean, do you call that revenge?
That's a good question. Good question. Anyways.
I seem to remember Scott Hall being the one standing tall at the end of the night, despite the results.
Yes. Very strange. Very strange commentary would say such a thing. Booker T defeats Chris Jericho with Ralphus in 10 minutes.
It's
Fair
actually
enough.
a good match. This is the best match on the chart. Like the past 3 months of watching, or past 3 shows, has been the best match.
Yeah, it's whatever Booker T's in and whatever Jericho's in. This one, it's just they're together, so hey, best thing on the show. Well, no, you know what? I take that back. Because there was a lot of good things on the show. Were they good? No, but we
were
definitely
not.
we definitely laughed our ass off. J.J. Dillon comes out and suspends referee Anderson, let's call him, for 30 days because he was a biased referee, Kay.
Yes. Ignore the other biased referees we'll get to later.
Yes, remember that. This guy was suspended for being biased against Perry Saturn. So J.J. Dillon then says he would love to book Goldberg, Hall, and Bigelow in a triangle match tonight. So do it.
Yeah, it's like you would love to do it. Then do it, man.
Yeah.
You don't talk about it. You got the ability. Just freaking do it.
And then he re-announces the David Bischoff match as official.
And then he walks away.
Yeah, he mentioned like his dad has cancer, and he's like, man, my dad watches Nitro, and he wants to see this Goldberg fella. Like, what the?
Give it to him. What? Your fucking
Then
poor
give it to
dad's
your
like,
dying cancer father, dude.
Like, it makes his promo even worse. Like, my dad has cancer, but he likes this Goldberg. I could give him this really awesome match, but I'm
Right,
not
he's
going to do
questioning
that.
it.
I'm not going to do that. So suffer, dad.
Like
Fuck
Bischoff
you.
is in the back saying, I don't know, Dylan, you can't put that on for your dying father.
No, it's just like my dying dad. He wants to see Goldberg, so I could do this really cool match, or I could not because fuck you, dad. You don't get nice things
Yeah.
because I don't get nice things.
They then replayed the entire Flair Bischoff segment from earlier. The entire
In its
thing.
entirety, like
Yeah.
from start to finish. I think they even included the entrance.
Yeah. Mean Gene backstage interviews Rey Mysterio Jr. Why didn't you take off the LWO shirt last week? Asks Mean Gene.
My whole my heritage and my culture.
Ray says, didn't feel like it was time. It's
Oh, I
my
thought you just-
colors. It's my brown pride, he says.
Yeah, it's like it's his culture. I'm like, LWO is in your culture. It's a fucking faction.
How many times do we have to like recount how dumb this storyline is, and then they expect us to just straight ignore that Ray was forced into all this?
Like he didn't want to be there, so
Yeah.
why does he all of a sudden care? It's so
hate this.
weird.
Anyways, he challenges Lex Luger because Luger was a dick to him about the shirt.
No, you missed the important question that Mean Gene asked. Why didn't you take your mask off when you were asked?
Well, it's his pride, man. It's his pride.
It's my pride and it's my brown pride or something. He like repeated the same answer he gave, and to which
Absolutely.
I'm like, Mean Gene, that was a pretty dumb question to ask. I'm not gonna lie. Why did you not demask yourself? You know, this really important lucha thing to not do.
All right. You know how the hair versus hair match with the company on the line was booked in the opening segment for what we assumed was the main event?
Surprise, motherfucker! It's not the main event.
Dude, we're going first hour. Here it is.
Surprise!
David Flair versus Eric Bischoff. Horrendous match.
Oh, it was awful. Like this wasn't even. Could you even call this a match?
I could call it 1 minute and 16 seconds of two dudes in a ring.
I mean, it's about all you can call it, right?
Yeah, so Bischoff does horrible karate. David Flair
Very
cowers
bad.
in a corner. And then as he's like celebrating his triumphant, beatdown of a teenager. The referee hands David a roll of dimes. He then punches Bischoff, knocks him out, I guess, and pins him. I guess
What
it's
about
okay.
that biased referee? How about we suspend this guy too?
Yeah, I guess it's okay if it's against Eric Bischoff. So, then Bischoff gets his head shaved. So, could they have built this up for 3 weeks? It's almost better they didn't, because this match was just the pits.
But when you make this seem like it's gonna be the main event, and it's like the first, it's like the second match on the card.
It is the second match on the card of the night.
It's like I remember we were sitting there talking, and then like all of a sudden it's like coming up next, and they started playing the music. Wait, what? This is not the main event. What's the main event?
We don't know. I mean, JJ Dillon wishes he could do Goldberg match, but whatever.
And, semantics.
The Faces of Fear are back together to take on the team of Bobby Duncombe Jr. and Mike Enos.
Two random guys they pulled from the back out of catering.
You have only seen Mike Enos on this journey, Kay. So let me just remind you that the last time I remember seeing both Mang and the Barbarian like in the same camera shot, they were feuding at the Road Wild pay-per-view. So now they're just back together. And apparently, mid-match, we weren't sure, but they did go back and confirm, they announced this was a tag team title tournament match.
They had not said anything about the tag titles, nor this tournament happening up to this point, mind
Since
you. This is
Judy
like
Bagwell went into the hospital by assuming Scott Steiner beating, they have not mentioned the tag titles once. It's been months. We don't know where Rick Steiner is. I know reading the sheets that he's out with an injury at this time. And I don't know what the Kenny Chaos situation is, because he's supposedly possibly a champion, but I know in my heart it's Judy Bagwell. So yeah, the titles were stripped without announcement, and they have a tournament without announcement, and they give us this. This was straight ugly.
Oh, it was bad. Also, you gotta remember, they announced that this is a tournament thing mid-match. Like,
Yes.
the match, the bell had rung, they had been fighting for at least a couple minutes before they even mentioned it, and they didn't mention it again after the first time.
Yeah. So it goes 7 minutes or whatever, then cuts to the NWO. Yeah, they just fuck all kinds of shit up. It's quite funny. And they just brawl for minutes on end. The NWO is arriving back in the building. So glad Ric Flair wasn't there on standby in case they came back.
No, he could have had that tire iron pretty ready. Not
No,
the other one, though.
Didn't want to do that. Then the whole lot of them, with their red colors and all, make the match go to a DQ, beat the hell out of these guys, including, of course, Scott Hall tasing Mang, because the taser is not done yet.
No, it's his new shtick. Get used to it.
Really funny, because we just watched a shitty Diana show in which, in a way, tases Ito. No.
No. It was Takako Inoue
And Kyoko
teases
Inoue,
Kyoko
yeah.
Inoue.
Yeah,
A match that would have been great like 20 years ago in 2020.
Yeah. So the taser, it's funny. As soon as we've seen the Starrcade taser match, we're seeing a lot of tasers in our wrestling.
Oh, I'm popping every time I hear it. Like, I think I was in the Discord listening to one of our fellow friends there, Omega, listening or watching this show, and he mentions taser, and I was like, no, put this on now. I need to see taser.
Yeah.
I'm mad WCW's done this to me.
Yeah. So anyways, Hogan says he accepts Ric Flair's challenge at Super Bowl and will make his life a living hell. Whoop-de-doo. Disco Inferno, wearing NWO red and black, he's up against Wrath. This poor guy. I'm still not sure if he's in the NWO. Why is Disco Inferno going 50-50 with Wrath?
Why is
And
Scott Hall coming out with him?
Why does Scott Hall come out again, even though he was just out there, and he still has that taser? So anyways.
He still has a taser, and he's in Disco Inferno's corner. Somebody who I assumed he was not in the NWO because he'd gotten his ass kicked by Bigelow and was told he is not in the NWO as a result. right?
Yeah.
Am I misremembering these things?
Yeah, don't worry. I've been listening to Conan's podcast. This motherfucker's all over the show, and the shit that comes out of his mouth is like baffling. And then when I watch him on WCW and what we're watching now, and him saying things like, "These guys were better back then." Like, what the fuck were you watching,
Must have been on a lot of drugs during this time frame.
dude? So yeah, this like, I've fully accepted that I don't even want to see the wrestling matches in WCW in '99 at this point. I just want to laugh at it all, and so it's like, okay, I hate wrestling anyways. Wrath killed Disco with a standing dropkick straight into the ropes, which I thought was funny.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, I thought Disco died this day. Unfortunately, Disco not just lived. Fucking Scott Hall gets on the apron, trips getting in with his taser.
He does. It's so funny.
Just a buffoon. He
It's
gets
like the visual of Scott Hall, like he's like trying to rush in and he like trips and Wrath sees him and then he's like, they have to play off like a distraction for Disco to win. I'm pretty sure he was supposed to tase him
right.
there.
And the funny thing is, Disco Inferno's finisher is a Stone Cold Stunner. So technically, Wrath got stunned without a taser, and he just fucking loses clean to this fucker. So unbelievable. Wrath is dead. I gotta fucking cue the I gotta cue the "What About Me" drop here, because this is fucking terrible. Wrath, it was nice knowing you, buddy. You're done.
What about me? What about Raven?
Come on in.
Leave me alone,
Come on,
Mom.
maybe you'd like to take
Mom, stop.
jacked off. Take
I don't want a ham
milk.
sandwich,
I'll put some
Mom.
chocolate in your milk.
I
You
don't
love
want
it that
chocolate.
way.
I don't like it,
You make
Mom. I've
a
never
ham
liked
sandwich,
it. Mom, give me a club soda. Mom, the TV doesn't work.
Yeah, maybe Wrath's mom can get him a club soda after this loss.
God damn it, make me miss my Raven segments. Where's my Raven segments?
No,
I
we haven't
promised
gotten one in
Raven.
a couple weeks now. It sucks. It's
My
okay. It's okay,
Raven.
Kay. You know, it's okay, Kay. We got something just as good
We do.
still to talk about. Anyways, Nitro Girls are interrupted dancing by Scott Steiner. Kay, what did Scott Steiner do?
I believe the technical term is sexual harassment, but Scott Steiner, in Scott Steiner terms, it was he was trying to get his freak on.
He certainly was. He cuts his promo. He's grabbing the women and making them touch his body. He calls it flirting.
I don't know if that's what flirting technically is, but sure.
Some of these Nitro Girls are absolutely terrified of this dude, rightfully so. And then a couple are absolutely disgusted with him because they're like, we have to touch this man.
And then they try to run to the back as he follows them. It's like, come on, don't you want to get with the freak?
Right, so he's chasing them down with his amazing catchphrases.
Fantastic catchphrase, especially for the situation.
Dude. Yeah. So he continues in the ring. So he comes back out of so he's chased the girls off in backstage. He goes in the ring, plugs his catchphrases again. The crowd is now repeating his catchphrases. So this is for the first time this has happened. Scott Steiner is now officially over. Mark that down, boys. Scott Steiner is officially over on the same night he wants to fuck the Nitro Girls.
It's so great. Like, I love the fact that he's so over, but it's so bad. Like, this segment, you couldn't do this today.
Oh no. Oh no.
You would get canceled so fast.
Dude, we got death threats, we got sodomy threats, and now we have, I guess, rape threats?
Sexual harassment. No, that too. We have sexual harassment and attempt of rape at some point.
So yeah, Steiner wants them freaks. Saturn is one of them to beat down. So yeah, rip. I believe the hat that Buff Bagwell has on is like a weird Joker thing covering his eyes. It's got bat ear type things. Kind of laughed at that.
He looked like a matador, like a really stupid matador in some overalls. It was hilarious.
Reminded me of like a comedy Repo Man type look.
See, I was thinking like one of those like matadors with like the hat and the mask, face mask thing, and I could not stop laughing because that was all in my head. It was him in a bunch of overalls and the matador. Listen, this was comedy gold, whether they intended to it be or not.
Yeah. So yeah, Saturn comes down. He's gonna beat him up, and he says the following line to Perry Saturn, who is wearing a dress, by the way. This is Scott Steiner's words, not mine. There's only two things that come from Texas: steers and queers. And you're not from Texas, and there's no horns. Then he shakes his hand. It's like,
I like how that doesn't make any sense because he's like in Texas, but you're not from Texas. Therefore, you're neither of these things. Like, Scott Steiner, what do you want?
yeah, it was like process of elimination. Match was actually pretty okay. Scott Steiner wins.
But it was okay, and then the best comes after.
Yeah, we still haven't gotten to the best segment yet. Lex Luger with Nash and Miss Elizabeth and her new boobs versus Rey Mysterio Jr. Nash cuts another terrible nonsense promo on Conan.
It was like, we were brothers, like we were in the streets. Like, does Kevin Nash have street cred? Because he doesn't look like he has street cred. He looks like my dad trying to be cool.
Yeah, I don't know. Because then, when they're done, it's actually not the match versus Luger and Ray, despite it being announced. So they leave, and then Conan comes out for his own promo, right?
Made even less sense.
And then he says, now he has his catchphrase, toss my salad, peel my potatoes.
Which, boy, that has to be a rib, because there's no way in 1999 you didn't know what toss your salad means.
Just utter nonsense promo by Conan. I have no idea what he's saying. And what's funny is, on the recent Conan's podcast, Keeping It 100, he actually referenced that the promos of wrestlers today aren't any good, and he referenced his toss my salad, peel my potatoes line, and he goes, I don't even know what it means. I just made it up. But then Eric Bischoff said, dude, you can't say that anymore on TV. Do you know what it means? He goes, no, that's because I made it up. He goes, well, it's dirty. And he goes, yeah, that's the point. It sounds dirty.
No, it is dirty.
Well, the toss my salad part is, I don't know what the peel my potatoes is.
Well, listen, he's telling people to toss his salad. If you Google what toss your salad means, it's not like anything that's threatening. It's more like something being done to him.
Yeah, but I don't know if that was a thing in 99.
I'm pretty sure it was a
I
thing
don't
in
know if that was a
99. Listen, I'm pretty sure it was a thing in 99. Don't
Yeah.
ask me how I know. I'm just pretty sure it was a thing in 99.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Luger before Conan and everything. He cut a bad promo as well. He's going to take Ray's mask. So that kind of gave me shivers because I'm like, no way was it this early.
We both thought it was this. It was like, oh no.
Right.
Is
And
this
then
like
just,
the heart attack angle thing again?
yeah, and then just the music hits and there's no match. It was very strange.
Yeah. Also,
And-
you're gonna hear the NWO song like every single time in this match in the show.
Oh,
It's
yeah. No, it was
awful.
constant.
If you didn't like it, you better prepare to like it.
We do get the honor now of one Mr. Steiner busting into the Nitro Girls locker room saying they're mad they're not with him. And why aren't they fucking?
Why are we not fucking? Your husband, he's like in Las Vegas.
No, that's
Why are
later.
we not
That's
fucking
later.
right now? Oh, it's not the same
That part's
segment?
later. No. This was one before. There's still another one.
Oh my god, they almost blend together.
But yeah, he's yelling at all of the women in the locker room saying, why aren't we having sex right? Get with the freak. Here's my penis. Why don't you love this?
Like, take my penis. You know you want my penis. I'm
He's
Scott
not even
Steiner. How could you say
questioning.
no?
It's like, don't be nervous around the freak. Just grab my freak and we'll move on. And then it just hard cuts and we're out of there. Like, what the fuck happened?
Hard cuts is the weirdest section too, because he's like, "Listen, do you want to get with the freak?" And it just hard cuts.
Psychosis versus Juventud. Lucha match, yay. Psychosis won. Wrestling's not important on the show. They've already
But
established
it's
that.
not.
Now we get Luger versus Ray. I have no idea why Luger cares so much about Ray's LWO shirt and his mask, but he does. Of course, waste of time, because as soon as Ray, and the crowd's behind Rey Mysterio, by the way, it's actually a good little big guy, little guy type thing going on here. But as soon as Ray starts getting even an iota of momentum, Nash hits the ring for the DQ, so nothing like two 6'10+ dudes beating up tiny Rey Mysterio. This poor guy tries to fight back. At least Conan got away from tossing salads to save Ray.
Yes, his potatoes are not yet peeled though.
The peeling potatoes comes backstage. Absolutely.
Yes, and he might double his eggs later.
So we cut to Mean Gene and DDP in Vegas introducing the Nitro Grill. So that's where DDP's been instead of wrestling.
So, question: how long did this grill last?
Oh. This is a fun question we need answers to.
Yes, because I believe at
Nitro
the same
Grill.
time, right? Same time, didn't the WWF have their own Times Square restaurant around the same time?
They did. Oh my god, there's an actual Wikipedia article dedicated to the Nitro Grill.
Oh my god, really?
It officially opened in May 99 at the Excalibur Hotel and Casino. It cost $2 million.
Jesus Christ.
Professional wrestlers frequented the restaurant, so yeah, it was just like the WWF Times Square thing.
Because it is lame.
The restaurant
I went to it
hosted
once.
weekly watch parties for Nitro and Thunder, as well as occasional autograph signings with members of the roster. It closed in September 2000. So that's okay. Open a little bit longer than we thought. It was 16,000 square feet and can seat 350 people. There were tentative plans after opening to open more Nitro Grills across the United States. This was the only one.
I'd imagine there's a good reason for that.
There you go.
I do know I went to the WWF one as a child. This is where I met Chris Jericho for the first time.
Oh, well, how about that?
I guess, yes. Somewhere in storage, I have a picture of me and one Mr. Jericho and a autographed T-shirt that was just a white T-shirt because I didn't have any other T-shirts. It was okay. The food kind of sucked, I remember, but Jericho was there, and that's all that mattered.
It's all that there. So the reason why we bring up this whole DDP at the Nitro Grill thing is because back to Scott Steiner swimming the women.
Oh boy! Also, security's there.
Security interrupts this time. They're making sure to at least try to protect the women, because now
they're
Scott Steiner
trying.
is forcibly upon DDP's, I think, wife at the time. And Scott Steiner, no joke, says, "Your husband's in Vegas. He's cheating on you. Why aren't we fucking?"
He's cheating on you. Why aren't you cheating on him with me?
Yeah. Look, he's a wrestler. He's cheating on you. I know this because I would cheat on my woman. Let's fuck.
Let's fuck like that. Like, that's great incentive. He's cheating on you. Don't ask for evidence. I just know. Let's fuck now.
She's saying, no, you're crazy. Get out of here. There's like two Nitro girls watching in the wings. And Steiner just can't believe this. He's just baffled. Why aren't they just dropping their pants right there and hitting doggy style? This is just out of the realm of his reality. And the security guards are like, "Sir, come on, please leave."
No, it's like, get out of here. We're about to start fucking. Trust me. She's saying no, but in Scott Steiner's world, no means yes, and yes means more.
I forgot the part where he's telling security, no, she wants it.
He does. He literally is like pushing security aside with one arm. He's like, no. She wants to fuck me. She's saying no, but don't worry. That no is a yes. You just get out of here. Don't worry about it.
Oh man, she just doesn't know she needs the freak right now, but I know she needs it. I'm Scott Steiner. Fuck me.
She needs some freak in her life. Don't worry about it. She'll get that, and then she'll stop saying no. I promise. Just go somewhere. Security. Don't you have important things to do, like not be here?
Show's horrible.
Oh, it's awful. It's the worst.
All
This
right.
is great.
Main event. So glad there's 7 minutes left in the show. Hall with Taser Chan and Disco Inferno accompanies him. Bigelow, Goldberg, 7 minutes. The match goes 4 minutes before the NWO hits the ring. Goldberg fights off all former champions and geeks. Horseman even the odds. Hogan books it out of there. Flair pursues. We're out of time. What a main event. So glad I recapped that.
I like how you say Taser Chan, because it seems like he's got that thing with him all the time.
He sure does.
Also, this is that. Remember, JJ Dillon said he would love to book this match, but didn't say he was going to book it, and then I guess booked it.
Yeah. And then it just happened, and it's a DQ finish like we've seen a million times. And I'm getting the feeling that we're not going to get the Goldberg-Bigelow match payoff. I'm getting the strange feeling that might not happen.
What would have ever given you that idea?
Yeah, and I remember commentary told me Goldberg got his revenge on Scott Hall. And yet here he is again with Taser
idea.
I'm suspecting maybe they were lying to me.
I don't know why you would think that. Those commentators will never lie to you. They just speak the honest truth.
All right, well, the road to Super Brawl continues, 1999.
So excited.
Okay, thumbs down to the show?
No, Scott Hall. I mean, that's not Scott Steiner makes this a big thumbs up for me personally.
Yes, what a good Nitro. Yes, of course. Scott
yes,
Steiner.
the matches sucked. I think only one of them was good, and none of them had clean finishes. I think. But
I can actually look at that. Let's see here.
But Scott Steiner and his harassment of the women, which, by the way, I don't condone. It's awful, but in this context, was hilarious.
So here we go. Booker T defeated Chris Jericho clean. David Flair defeated Bischoff via corrupt referee.
Yes.
Tag title tournament match number 1 was a no contest thrown out. Scott Hall interference in the Disco Inferno Wrath match. Psychosis Juventud was clean. That's 2 matches.
Yeah, I forgot that match happened.
This is a 3-hour show, by the way.
Didn't feel like it laughing at Scott Steiner, though.
Luger Ray went to DQ, Nash run-in, and the main event was DQ run-in, so
2 clean finishes, both of them involving people not involved in any angles.
That is
Shocker.
not a lot of wrestling.
No, not a lot at all. But it's okay because we got the funny Scott.
I'm almost convinced Scott Steiner wanting to fuck the Nitro Girls was more important than wrestling on this show. I'm getting the strange feeling.
It was. How dare you doubt that? It was hilarious. It was a terrible, terrible segment. Would not even fly today. And I don't condone his behavior. But listen, he's stupid, and I'm laughing at it.
I was just playing like random NWO drops. Yeah.
I love that's a joke in the Discord now. It's like NWO, sexual harassment, New World Order.
All right, I'm going to play the Vaulter drop, and we can just quickly bounce through the wrestler rankings.
Awesome.
All right, so I'm just going to run down these, Kay, and if you have any comments after I go through them, feel free. For the men, from the top bottom. Oh, and if you're joining us for the first time, you're not familiar with the Wrestler Rankings, every 2 weeks to coincide with the podcast, we have the top 15 men ranked 1 through 15. We have the top 10 women ranked 1 through 10. From the top bottom, if you're number 1 for the men, you get 15 points, and then it goes down 14, 13, 12. And if you are number 1 for the women, you get 10 points. Number 2, 9. Number 3, 8, etc. We add them all up over the course of the year, and that's how we come to our rankings. Look online at BowlingJD or redleyfretrocast.blogspot.com to see the updated rankings table of our top 20 wrestlers of the year, and a nice little excerpt over why. So, for the men, 15, Ishimori. 14, Hiromu. 13, Kaito Kiyomiya. 12, Keno. 11, Kaito Ishida. 10, Okuda. Number 9, Octagon Jr., the former Golden Magic. 8, Laredo Kid. 7, Harashima. 6, Sho. 5, Robbie Eagles. 4, Higuchi. 3, Ueno. 2, Katsuhiko Nakajima. And 1, Go Shiozaki. Any comments, Kay?
I would just move Okuda up 1 spot.
Okay. And for the women, number 10, Akane Fujita. Number 9, Serena Deeb. Number 8, Thunder Rosa. 7, Shuri. 6, Utami. 5, Suzu Suzuki. 4, Tei Honma. 3, Mayu Iwatani. 2, Takase. And 1, Yoshiko. I'm sure you have more comments on this one.
No, I agree.
Oh, well, okay.
I think that was pretty good. I'm kind of glad you didn't put Utami up higher. I think Mayu was very much a bigger part of that match. And it's Mayu's ability to sell and also hit the big moves to not make it feel so one-sided. Also, no Konami or Julia, as it should be.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Well, all right. I will play this Exit NWO theme song because they are still in existence in WCW. And until that time, you will continue to hear that as our exit music. This was finally episode 70 of the WrestleCast from Kobe to Sendai. See you next time.
See ya.